Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The bed was still warm. It was the first thing he noticed, a lingering animal heat in the hollow of the mattress where she had slept. The sheet on her side was twisted into a soft rope, the pillow indented with the ghost of her head. He stood in the doorway of the small, whitewashed room, the morning sun cutting a sharp blade of light across the terracotta tiles, and he felt the silence not as an absence, but as a presence. It was a held breath. On the rough wooden table beside the bed, a single coffee cup sat empty, a dark sediment of grounds clinging to its porcelain curve. It was her cup. He never drank from it. He looked at the cup and then at the space where she should have been, the space that was now just air and dust motes dancing in the cruel, beautiful light. His name was Donald, though the people in the villages that clung to the arid Sicilian mountainsides called him other things. The Robin of the Feudo, the king of the mountain, a spirit. To the carabinieri in their dusty barracks and the landowners in their cool, dark villas, he was a bandit, a terrorist, a problem to be solved with a bullet. But in this room, in the small stone house hidden in the folds of the Monte Sicani, he was just a man looking at an empty cup and a warm bed, and the world had shrunk to this single, terrible point. He did not shout her name, Alexandra. The word was a stone in his throat. He moved through the 2 rooms of the house, his boots making no sound on the floor. Everything was in its place. The pot in the hearth was cold. His rifle leaned against the wall by the door, oiled and ready. Her shawl, the blue one the color of the twilight sea, was gone from its hook. He stepped outside, the sun hitting him like a physical blow. The air smelled of dry earth, wild thyme, and something else, something metallic and faint. Fear, perhaps, or the memory of it. The valley below was a patchwork of bleached wheat fields and dark green olive groves, all of it shimmering in the heat haze. It was a land that taught you patience and hardness. He had learned both lessons well. His companions found him like that, standing statue still, looking down at the earth. There were 3 of them, young men with faces carved from the same sun-baked stone as the hills. Matteo, with the quick hands, Enzo, who never spoke, and the old one, Salvator, who had been an outlaw since before Donald was born. It was Salvator who saw the story written in the dirt, in the scuff marks that were not from their own boots, in the single, deep impression of a horse's hoof that was too finely shod to belong to any peasant's nag. He did not need to speak. Salvator spat on the ground, a thick, brown globule of tobacco juice. They took the horses. They did not take the road. The world narrowed to the scent of crushed rosemary under hoof, the dry whisper of the wind through the carob trees, the immense, watchful silence of the mountains. Donald led them, his body a taut wire strung between the memory of her warmth and the cold certainty growing in his gut. This was not a random raid. This was a message. This was a signature. In a baronial palazzo in Palermo, a man named Cassius sat in a room that knew no sun. The walls were 3 feet thick, the windows shuttered against the noise and the light. The air was cool and smelled of old wine and lemon wax. Cassius was a large man, but he gave an impression of stillness, of immense, patient weight, like a rock worn smooth by a river. He was listening to a report from a man who stood in the shadows, a man with the face of a weasel and the hands of a strangler. The weasel-faced man finished speaking. The only sound was the slow, deliberate click of rosary beads passing through Cassius's fingers. He was not a pious man. The beads were a tool for thinking. The bandit, he said, his voice a low rumble, is like a stray dog. You can throw him a scrap and he will be grateful. You can show him a stick and he will be fearful. But this one he has been fed by too many hands. He has forgotten who holds the stick. He needs to be reminded, the weasel-faced man said, not a question. Cassius let the final bead drop. He needs to understand the geometry of power, that all lines eventually lead here. Bring him, but gently. The girl is the key. He will follow the key. In a government office in Rome, a man named Logan lit an American cigarette. He stood at the window looking down at the chaotic, vibrant life of the city, a life he manipulated with the ease of a puppeteer. He was a political leader, a man of the New Italy, which meant he was a man of old compromises. A dossier lay open on his desk, photographs of Donald, grainy images of a young man with intense eyes addressing a crowd of peasants in some dusty piazza. Reports of stolen grain distributed to the hungry, of a corrupt land agent found hanged from a lamppost. It was not the crimes that troubled Logan, it was the poetry. Men could be bought or broken, but poetry was a virus. It infected the masses. It was messy, and it was bad for business, American business. He picked up the telephone, the receiver slick in his palm. "Get me Carter," he said to the operator, the American official. "Tell him the bird is in need of a cage or a coffin, his preference." The trail led Donald and his men to a desolate masseria, a fortified farmhouse that stood alone on a barren plateau. It was a place of broken walls and silence. The air was thick with the smell of decay and pigeon droppings. Inside, in the main hall where the roof had fallen in, they found one of his men, a boy named Luca, who had been left to guard a cache of ammunition in a nearby cave. He was tied to a chair. He was alive. His eyes were two dark pools of terror. They had not touched him. Not in any way that would bleed. They had simply left him there in the center of that vast, empty space, a single, stark lesson in vulnerability. It was Enzo who found the note tucked into the boy's shirt. The paper was expensive, thick. The words were typed. "A meeting is requested to discuss mutual interests and the safe return of what is yours. Come alone to the Villa dei Sogni at midnight. Ask for Carter." Donald read the note, then he crumpled it in his fist. The sound was loud in the silence. Luca was sobbing now, great, ragged breaths. Donald walked over to him, placed a hand on his shoulder. The boy flinched. Donald looked at his men, at their hard, frightened faces. He saw the legend they believed in, and he saw the man he was, a man whose hands were shaking. The Villa dei Sogni was a folly, a vast, ornate mansion built by a forgotten aristocrat on a cliff overlooking the sea. It was a place of ghosts and gossip, now owned by a shadowy consortium. It was the kind of place where men like Carter did their work. Donald left his horse a mile away and approached on foot through the overgrown gardens. The scent of night-blooming jasmine was cloying, suffocating. The sea crashed against the rocks below, a rhythmic, monstrous sound. A single light burned on the ground floor. The door was unlocked. He stepped into a grand salon. The room was a museum of decadence, all gilt and velvet, but it was dust-sheeted. The furniture was shrouded in white cloth like a room full of ghosts. Only a single chair and a small table were uncovered. A man sat in the chair. He was tall, lean, dressed in a suit that was too crisp, too American for this place. Carter. He held a glass of amber liquid. He did not stand up. "Donald," he said, his voice was friendly, reasonable, a voice used to getting its way. "I am glad you came. Can I offer you a drink?" "Where is she?" "Safe, she is perfectly safe." Carter took a sip of his drink. "You're a hard man to have a conversation with. You've made quite a name for yourself, a modern-day Salvatore Giuliano. But you know what happened to Giuliano Dantiu? He became a story. And then he became a corpse. Stories don't last long out here. They get rewritten." "I want to see her." All in good time, Carter leaned forward. The cloth of his suit whispered, "We have a problem. Your activities are disrupting a very delicate equilibrium. The landowners are nervous. The communists are getting ideas. My government is investing a great deal of money in the stability of this region. You are a splinter in the thumb of progress. We need to pull you out." Donald said nothing. He could feel the weight of the pistol tucked into his belt. We can do this two ways, Carter continued, his tone still conversational. The hard way, which ends with you and your pretty Alexandra in unmarked graves, or the easy way. You have a certain influence, we want you to use it. Calm things down, tell your people to be patient, to go home. In return, we will make you a rich man, we will give you a new life, perhaps in America. You and the girl, a clean slate. You want me to sell them. I want you to save them, Carter corrected gently, from a war they cannot win. This isn't a folk song, son. This is realpolitik, a symbol. We need you to symbolize something else now, compliance. There was a long silence. Donald could hear his own heart beating. He thought of the warm bed, the empty cup, the terror in Luca's eyes. He thought of the faces of the peasants in the villages, the hope that lit them when he passed. He was a man caught between two kinds of love, and both felt like a betrayal. And if I refuse? Then the story changes. Carter's smile was thin, a razor cut in his face. The hero is revealed to be a fraud, a thief, a murderer of women. The people are fickle, Donald. They build you up for the pleasure of tearing you down. We will provide the narrative. He knew then that it was a trap he had already entered. That Alexandra was the bait, but also the knife. Her absence was the first move in a game he did not know how to play. He looked at Carter, at his clean, confident hands, and he understood that this man dealt in souls, not bullets. I need time, Donald said, the words ash in his mouth. You have until dawn, Carter said, rising. The meeting was over. The house is yours for the night. Think about your future. It is longer than you imagine. Donald was left alone in the shrouded room. The ghosts of furniture watched him. He walked to the window and looked out at the Black Sea. He felt a profound, cellular loneliness. He was a king of mountains, but in this world of velvet and lies, he was a lost child. He did not sleep. He paced the dust-sheeted rooms, his mind a cage. Just before first light, he heard a soft click from the front of the villa. He moved silently, his pistol drawn. The grand front door was slightly ajar. On the marble step outside, lying on the stone, was Alexandra's blue shawl. It was clean, it was folded neatly. It smelled of her, of sun and lavender, and of something else, cigarette smoke, a familiar, harsh brand smoked by his men. The realization was a cold flood. It was not just the mafia, not just the politicians, not just the Americans. The betrayal was a vine that had grown much closer to home. It was in his own camp, one of his own. One of the faces he saw every day, who broke bread with him, who fought beside him. They had given her to Carter. They had used his love as a weapon against him. He stood on the steps as the sky began to lighten from black to a deep, bruised purple. The world was utterly still. He had no plan, no escape. He was a figure in a landscape that was no longer his. The rebellion was over. It had been over before it began, suffocated not by force, but by the slow, patient poison of compromise and betrayal. He did not return to the mountains. He walked into the nearby town as the church bells began to ring for morning mass. He walked into the main piazza, a public man making a public end. He stood in the center of the square, the blue shawl clutched in his hand. The people came out of their houses, their shops. They gathered at a distance, watching their king. Their faces were a mixture of awe and fear and a terrible, dawning pity. He looked at them, at the hope he had kindled in their eyes, now guttering out. He opened his mouth to speak, to tell them the truth, to tell them it was all a lie, that the powerful could not be beaten, only joined. He never made a sound. The shot came from a rooftop, a single, sharp crack that echoed off the stone walls of the piazza. It was a professional shot, clean, efficient. It took him high in the chest, spinning him around. He fell to the cobblestones, the blue shawl still tangled in his fingers. The last thing he saw was the face of a woman in the crowd, her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. It was not Alexandra. It was just a woman, a stranger. The piazza erupted into chaos, screams, running feet. But high in the bell tower of the church, a man lowered a rifle. It was Enzo, the quiet one. He worked the bolt, ejecting the single spent cartridge. It clattered on the stone floor. He did not look down at the square. He looked out at the waking world, his face as empty as the sky. Then he turned and descended the dark, winding stairs, disappearing back into the silence from which he came. Days later, in the cool, dark room of the palazzo, Cassius received the weasel-faced man. "It is done," the man said. "The problem is solved." Cassius nodded slowly. He poured 2 glasses of dark wine. He handed one to the weasel-faced man, and the girl. The weasel-faced man took a sip. She is grateful. She believes the American is taking her to a new life. She does not know it was Enzo who suggested the plan, who brought her to us. A useful boy, Enzo, Cassius mused, ambitious. He understands that loyalty is a currency and it must be spent wisely. See that he is rewarded. Give him the Northern Territory. And the American, Carter. Cassius smiled, a rare and terrible thing. He got what he wanted, stability. He does not need to know the mechanics of it. He believes he orchestrated a master stroke. Let him believe it. It costs us nothing. The weasel-faced man finished his wine and left. Cassius remained, sitting in the perpetual twilight of his room. The geometry of power was restored. All lines led back to him. The bandit was a story again, a cautionary tale, a ghost. In a small stone house in the Monte Sicani, the bed was cold now. The coffee cup on the table had gathered a fine layer of dust. The door stood open, swinging gently in the wind that always blew through the valley. On the floor, just inside the threshold, half hidden by shadow, lay a single object. A spent rifle cartridge, brass gleaming dully in the thin light. It was clean. It was out of place. It was the only thing in the room that was not covered in dust. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of rain from the distant sea. It rustled the dry grasses on the hillside and whispered through the open door of the empty house. The cartridge on the floor did not move. It was a fixed point, a period at the end of a sentence. Down in the valley, the story was already changing. The king of the mountain was dead, shot by a traitor's hand, but in the telling, the traitor became a government agent, a faceless killer sent from Rome. The legend grew thorns to protect its core. The pity in the piazza hardened into a sullen, silent anger. The hope was not gone. It had just gone underground, like a seed waiting for fire. Enzo stood at the edge of a new olive grove, his land now. He wore a new shirt, its cloth stiff and unfamiliar. He watched the workers, his workers, and felt the weight of their sidelong glances. They knew. They did not know the details, the whispered conversations in Cassius's room, the feel of American money, but they knew the shape of betrayal. It was an old shape in those mountains. He was their master now, but he would never be their king. The silence that had once been his camouflage was now a wall. He had traded a brother for a title, and the price was his own reflection. In a small pensione in Naples, Alexandra waited. She wore a simple dress she had bought with the money Carter had given her. She watched the ships in the harbor, their horns blaring, promising destinations she could not pronounce. Carter had been kind, efficient. He had explained that Donald had chosen the new life, the safe life for both of them, that he was tying up loose ends and would meet them in New York. She believed him because the alternative was a cliff edge she could not look over. She folded her blue shawl and placed it in a new suitcase. She did not know it was a coffin for her old life. The American Carter sat in a cafe in Rome reading a newspaper. The brief item was buried on page 7, bandit leader slain in Sicilian town. He allowed himself a small, satisfied sigh. It had been messy but effective, a lesson in applied pressure. He signaled the waiter for another coffee. He was a man who solved problems. He did not dwell on the human cost. It was a column in a ledger already closed. He thought of the report he would write, the assurances of stability he would give to his superiors. He had pulled the splinter. The thumb would heal. But in the Monte Sicani, the land did not heal. It remembered. The old one, Salvator, sat by a low fire in a different cave, the flames painting shadows on his ancient, wrinkled face. Matteo sat across from him, sharpening a knife with a slow, rhythmic scrape of stone on steel. "It was Enzo," Matteo said, not looking up from his work. His voice was flat. Salvator poked the fire with a stick. "The world is a wheel. It crushes some, it lifts others. Enzo chose his path. "And we choose ours," Matteo said. He tested the edge of the blade with his thumb. "The king is dead, but the mountain is still here." Salvatore nodded slowly. "The story is not over. It is just waiting for a new voice." They sat in silence then, two men holding a grudge like a sacred relic. The wind carried the sound of the church bells from a village far away, a sound of mourning or a call to arms. It depended on who was listening. In the empty house on the hillside, the wind finally pushed the door shut with a soft, definitive click. The room was left in darkness, the dust continuing its slow, patient fall, covering everything but the small, brass truth gleaming on the floor. The new silence in the house was heavier than the old one. It was a finished silence. Outside, a light rain began to fall, pattering on the stone roof and washing the dust from the leaves of the olive trees. It was a gentle, ordinary sound, the kind that promises growth and renewal, but nothing grew in that house anymore. Weeks passed, the rains came more often, turning the tracks to mud. The story of Donald's death was now a part of the landscape, worn smooth by repetition. In the villages, people spoke his name in hushed tones, a secular prayer for vengeance. But vengeance required a target, and the target had vanished into a new respectability. Enzo was now a landowner, a man of substance who paid his taxes and was seen in conversation with the carabinieri captain. He had become part of the very architecture of power he had once fought. Matteo watched it all from a distance. He had not joined another band. He worked his family's small plot, his movements slow and deliberate. He was biding his time. He had seen the look in Enzo's eyes in the piazza, the cold, empty calm as he lowered the rifle. It was not the face of a man who had won something, but of a man who had sold his shadow. Matteo knew that a man without a shadow could not hide from the sun forever. One evening, as the sun bled into the western hills, a boy came running to Matteo's door. He was breathless, his eyes wide. He handed Matteo a small, folded piece of paper, then turned and fled back into the twilight. Matteo unfolded it. The message was simple, written in a clumsy, unpracticed hand. It spoke of a shipment, weapons, being moved under cover of night from an old mine shaft to the carabinieri barracks. The note was unsigned, but Matteo knew. It was from one of the workers on Enzo's new land. The silent anger was finding its voice. Matteo did not go to Salvatore. He did not call for a council. He simply took his rifle, the one he had hidden under a floorboard, and walked out into the deepening night. He moved not as a king, but as a craftsman, a man performing a necessary, ugly task. He positioned himself on a ridge overlooking the track that led from the mine. The moon was a sliver, offering little light. He was a patient man. He did not have to wait long. The rumble of a truck engine broke the stillness. It was a military truck, its canvas cover tied down. Two men sat in a cab. One was a soldier, the other was Enzo. Matteo watched them approach, his breathing slow. He felt no rage, only a cold, clear certainty. This was not about Donald anymore. It was about the rot. The rot that started when a man believed his own comfort was worth more than his brother's life. He let the truck pass. He was not aiming for the tires or the engine. He was aiming for the thread that held the new world together. As the truck rounded a bend, he exhaled and squeezed the trigger. The shot was loud, a single, sharp report that scattered birds from the trees. The truck's front window on the passenger side spiderwebbed. The vehicle swerved, lurched, and slammed into the rocky embankment at the side of the track. Matteo did not wait to see more. He was already moving, melting back into the darkness of the hills. He had not aimed to kill, he had aimed to wound, to remind. The message was clear. The mountain had eyes, the story was not over. The geometry of power was not a fixed thing. It was a web, and a single, well-placed cut could make the whole structure tremble. Far below in the wrecked cab, Enzo clutched his bleeding shoulder and stared into the hostile dark, understanding for the first time that his reward was also his prison, and that the walls were watching him. In the barracks the next day, the carabinieri captain paced. The wrecked truck was a humiliation. The stolen weapons were a crisis. Enzo, his arm in a sling, sat stiffly in a wooden chair, his face pale. The captain stopped his pacing and leaned on the desk, his face close to Enzo's. You told me this was finished, the captain hissed. You told me you had control. I do, Enzo said, but the words sounded hollow even to him. The bandits are broken. The captain gestured wildly toward the window, toward the mountains. That was not a bandit. A bandit would have taken the truck. A bandit would have killed you for your betrayal. This was something else. This was a message from the mountain itself. You are not a solution, Enzo. You are a target. Enzo left the barracks, the captain's fury a hot coal in his gut. The respectful nods he received in the street now felt like mockery. The safety he had purchased with Donald's blood was an illusion. He had traded one kind of fear for another. He was a man standing on a trapdoor, waiting for the latch to release. He went to the only place he had left, the palazzo of Cassius. The weasel-faced man led him into the dark room. Cassius listened to his story in silence, his fingers steepled. You were shot, Cassius stated, his voice devoid of all emotion. Yes, by Matteo, I am sure of it. Cassius nodded slowly, a loose thread, you should have clipped it. Sentiment is a luxury we cannot afford. What would you have me do? Enzo asked, a desperate edge in his voice. I cannot search every cave. You do not need to, Cassius replied. A man who shoots to wound is a man with a conscience. A man with a conscience is a man with a weakness. He is not hiding in a cave. He is hiding among the people. They protect him. You must make them stop. How? Cassius looked at him as if he were a simple child. You take something they love. You make the cost of their silence too high. That night a fire broke out in the village. It started in the stable of the man whose son had carried the note to Matteo. The animals were lost. The family stood weeping in the street, their faces orange in the hellish light. No one saw who started it, but everyone knew. It was not the work of a bandit. It was the work of a landlord. The fear in the village changed, solidified from a general anxiety into a sharp, personal dread. The silence that fell was not respectful. It was terrified. From his hiding place in the hills, Matteo saw the glow of the fire. He felt the weight of the family's loss settle on his own shoulders. This was the war now, not a war of ideals, but a war of attrition against the soul of his home. He had tried to give a warning, and in return, Enzo and his masters had unleashed a punishment on the innocent. He knew then that he could not fight them from the outside. He had to become a ghost again, not a king, not a hero, but a rumor, a chill in the bones of the powerful. He packed a small bag, took his rifle, and moved deeper into the Monte Sicani to a place not even Salvator knew. He would be a story they told to frighten children. He would be the reason Enzo looked over his shoulder for the rest of his life. In Naples, Alexandra stood on the deck of a great ocean liner. The horn blared, a sound of finality. Carter stood beside her, pointing out the landmarks of the bay. She nodded, but her eyes were on the receding shoreline, on the hazy shape of the mountains beyond the city. She had read about Donald's death in a week-old newspaper she found blowing in a gutter. The print had been smudged by rain. She had not cried. She had simply folded the paper and placed it in a trash can. The hope in her heart had been replaced by a cold, hard understanding. The new life she was sailing toward was not an escape, it was an exile. And she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that the mountains she was leaving behind had not finished with her yet. The story was not over. It was simply waiting. The sea was a vast, gray plain, empty of memory. Alexandra stood at the railing long after the land had vanished into the mist, feeling the thrum of the ship's engines through the soles of her shoes. It was a mechanical heartbeat, carrying her away from a world of blood and stone to one of steel and smoke. Carter brought her a blanket, his touch solicitous, his eyes missing nothing. He saw a grieving woman. He did not see the calculation beginning behind her eyes, the slow, cold reassembly of a shattered self. She began with small questions, casual, innocent, about the arrangements, the documents, the apartment in New York. Carter, pleased with her apparent resilience, answered freely. He spoke of intermediaries, of a local fixer who had smoothed the path, a man of influence named Cassius. The name meant nothing to her, but she stored it away. It was a piece of the puzzle, a shape in the fog. Donald had been killed by a traitor, the papers said, a man named Enzo. But traitors, she was learning, were rarely the architects of betrayal. They were merely its instruments. Back in the Monte Sicani, the ghost began its work. A guard on the edge of Enzo's new estate was found tied to a tree, unharmed but terrified, a single spent cartridge placed carefully on his chest. A week later, the tires on the Carabinieri captain's personal automobile were slashed, the same cartridge left on the driver's seat. There were no demands, no manifestos, only the message of the cartridge, a reminder of a debt that had not been paid. Enzo moved through his days in a cage of his own making. He hired bodyguards, men with cold eyes and quick triggers. They surrounded his new villa, a low, modern insult to the landscape. But they could not watch every shadow, could not silence the whisper of the wind that sounded to him like Matteo's name. The mountain which had once been his refuge was now a vast, accusing eye. He started drinking the dark wine Cassius favored, but it did not bring sleep, only a thicker, more profound dread. Cassius in his palazzo received the reports with a flicker of annoyance. The Enzo project was proving messy. The asset was becoming a liability, his fear making him unpredictable. The weasel-faced man suggested more direct action, a sweep of the hills, a few arrests, but Cassius waved a dismissive hand. You cannot arrest a ghost. You can only wait for him to become a man again. Everyone makes a mistake eventually. The mistake was not Matteo's, it was Enzo's. Drunk and paranoid, he accused one of his own workers of being Matteo's spy. The man, a father of three named Luca, was dragged from his home and beaten in the yard of Enzo's villa as a lesson to the others. But the lesson the people learned was not about fear. It was about the true face of the power that now ruled them. It was not strong, it was frightened. And a frightened animal is a dangerous but ultimately stupid creature. That night a different note was slipped under Matteo's hidden campsite. It was not a boy who brought it, but Luca's eldest daughter, her face still streaked with tears. It contained no information, no secrets. It was simply a drawing crudely rendered in charcoal. It showed a single olive tree and at its base a small cross-hatched mark. Matteo knew the place. It was an old, gnarled tree on the border of Enzo's land, a place they had rested in the heat of the day a lifetime ago when they were brothers. It was not a call to action, it was a grant of permission. The next morning, Enzo was found there. He was not shot, he was not wounded. He was hanging from the thickest branch of the old olive tree, a blue thread from a shawl tied around his neck. His face was turned toward his villa, his eyes open. There was no spent cartridge, only the slow, creaking turn of his body in the morning breeze. The method was not Matteo's, it was the people's. The mountain had taken its own revenge, using the hands of those he had sought to rule. The silence that followed was different. It was the silence of a door closing, of a balance restored. When the news reached Cassius, he merely sighed. A pity, he said. He was a useful tool. Find another. The geometry of power remained. The lines simply needed to be redrawn. On the ocean liner, Alexandra stood at the railing as New York Harbor emerged from the fog. The skyscrapers were like a mountain range of a different kind, brutal and impersonal. Carter stood beside her, pointing out the Statue of Liberty. She smiled, a thin, tight smile. She was not looking at the statue. She was looking at the teeming docks, the maze of streets, the infinite possibilities for getting lost. She had one name, Cassius. It was a seed. And she had all the time in the world and a cold, patient fury to make it grow. The story was not over. It was just changing ships. The New York air was a sharp chemical shock after the salt and dust of the Mediterranean. It tasted of coal smoke and damp concrete. Carter ushered her through the chaos of the docks with practiced ease into a waiting automobile that carried them through canyons of brick and steel. The apartment on the Upper West Side was clean, modern, and empty. It had no history, no ghosts. It was a blank page. Carter gave her a key and an envelope of money. His duty, he said, was complete. He was a man who closed files. Alone, Alexandra stood at the window, watching the city's frantic energy. It was a machine that consumed memory. She understood that to survive here, she would have to let the woman from the mountains die. But she would not let her die in vain. She unpacked her few belongings, saving the blue shawl for last. She did not fold it away. She draped it over a chair, a splash of defiant color in the monochrome room. It was her banner, it was her shroud. Her first purchase was an Italian-English dictionary. Her second was a map of the city. She started taking long walks, not as a tourist, but as a surveyor. She noted the Italian neighborhoods, the cafes where men spoke the old language, the social clubs where politics was discussed in low tones. She was looking for a crack, a thread she could pull. She found it in a small, shabby office above a bakery in Little Italy. The sign on the door read, Societe di Mutuo Soccorso, the Mutual Aid Society. Inside, an old man with kind eyes and ink-stained fingers listened to her story. She did not tell him everything. She told him she was from a village in the Monti Siccani, that her husband had been lost to the violence there, and that she sought news. She mentioned the name Cassius. The old man's eyes clouded. He knew the name not as Cassius, but as a shadow that reached across the ocean. He told her to be careful. Some roots, he said, are long and poisonous. Meanwhile, in Sicily, the geometry was indeed being redrawn. With Enzo gone, Cassius found a new tool, an ambitious young carabinieri sergeant named Russo. The methods were the same, but the face was new. The shipments resumed. The fear returned, a different flavor, but the same meal. Matteo, from his hidden perch, watched it happen. He had hoped Enzo's death would be an end, but it was only an intermission. The play was the same, only the actors had changed. He felt a weary resignation. He was a man, not a force of nature. He could not fight a system that simply replaced its broken parts. He thought of Alexandra often. He had only seen her once, a glimpse of a woman with sunlight in her hair standing with Donald. He wondered if she had made it to America, if she had found the peace Donald had died trying to give her. He hoped so. For him, there was no peace. There was only the work, the slow, patient work of a gardener pulling weeds, knowing they would always grow back. One rainy afternoon, Alexandra received a letter. It was from the old man at the Mutual Aid Society. It contained no return address, only a single name written in a shaky hand, Morty, and an address downtown. She went that evening, the blue shawl draped over her shoulders. The address was a warehouse near the docks. Inside, amidst the smell of sawdust and brine, a man was crating sculptures. He was broad-shouldered, his face weathered. He looked up as she entered. "You are the woman from the old country," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Well, yes." He put down his hammer. "My brother sent word. He said you ask about the shadow, the one called Cassius." Alexandra's heart beat a hard, steady rhythm against her ribs. "What can you tell me?" Morty wiped his hands on his apron. "I can tell you that shadows need light to exist. They need money. They need respectability. Here he is not a shadow. He has a name. He is a partner in a shipping concern, a legitimate business." He leaned closer, his eyes hard. "If you truly seek him, you do not dig in the dirt of Sicily. You follow the money. You look for the man who washes the shadow clean." He gave her another name, an American name, a banker on Wall Street. Alexandra walked back out into the New York rain, the water soaking through her shawl. She was no longer a fugitive, a widow, a victim. She was a hunter, and she had just caught the scent. The story was no longer in the mountains or on the sea. It was here in the gleaming, rain-slicked heart of the New World, waiting for her to write its ending. The banker's name was Sterling. His office was high above the street, a temple of polished wood and brass where money was a silent god. Alexandra did not try to enter. She knew she would be turned away, a woman with a shawl and an accent, a ghost from a world they had all forgotten. Instead, she began to watch. She learned his routine, the restaurant where he took his lunch, the club he visited on Thursday evenings. She saw the men who accompanied him, their faces blank, their eyes constantly moving. They were not bankers. She used the envelope of money Carter had given her to buy new clothes. She chose simple, well-tailored dresses in dark colors, clothes that would not draw attention, clothes that spoke of a quiet, respectable life. She was building a disguise layer by layer. She practiced her English in the mirror, sanding the rough edges from her vowels. She was erasing herself to become someone new, someone who could walk into Sterling's world without causing a ripple. One Thursday, she positioned herself outside his club. It was raining again, a fine, cold mist. She held a small, black umbrella, her posture straight, her expression one of patient waiting. When Sterling emerged, she did not look at him. She looked at the man holding the door for him, a uniformed doorman. As Sterling's automobile pulled away, she approached the doorman, a coin already in her gloved hand. "Pardon me," she said, her voice clear and calm. "My uncle was to meet me here. An older gentleman, Italian. He mentioned a Mr. Sterling might know of him, a businessman named Cassius." The doorman took the coin, his face a mask of professional neutrality. "I am sorry, I couldn't say." But she saw the flicker in his eyes, the brief, almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw. He knew the name, the connection was real. It was a thread thin as silk but strong enough to pull. She thanked him and walked away, her heart a cold, steady engine in her chest. The hunt was no longer an abstraction. It was a path, and she had found its beginning. She began to walk the path with a patience she had learned from the mountains. She did not rush, she observed. She learned that Sterling was a man of habit and vanity. He frequented a particular barber, a small, exclusive establishment that catered to men of his station. This, she decided, was a place of vulnerability. A man in a barber's chair was a captive audience, his defenses momentarily lowered. She could not enter the barber shop, of course, but she could be nearby. She took a job. It was not a grand job. It was in a small flower shop 2 doors down, a place that supplied fresh boutonnieres for the gentlemen who frequented the street. The owner, a weary woman named Mrs. Rixai, was grateful for the help and asked no difficult questions. Alexandra learned the names of flowers and how to tie a proper bow. She watched the street. Weeks passed. She saw Sterling every Tuesday at 10 o'clock. He would emerge from the barber shop, his silver hair perfectly trimmed, a white carnation in his lapel. He never looked at the flower shop. He was a man who looked at the horizon, not at the ground beneath his feet. Then one Tuesday, the delivery boy for the florist was sick. Alexandra volunteered to take the boutonnieres to the barber shop. Mrs. Rixai, flustered by a large wedding order, agreed. The inside of the shop smelled of bay rum and leather. The air was warm and close. Sterling was in the first chair, a striped cloth draped over him, his face covered in hot lather. The barber, a silent man with deft hands, was sharpening his straight razor on a strop. Alexandra placed the box of flowers on the counter. The barber nodded his thanks without looking up. As she turned to leave, she allowed the edge of the box to catch on the counter. It was a small, clumsy accident. A few carnations spilled onto the floor, scattering near Sterling's chair. She gasped, a soft, apologetic sound, and knelt to gather them. She was at his feet. She looked up, her eyes wide and mortified. "I am so sorry, sir," she said, her English flawless, her accent a mere whisper. Sterling looked down at her, annoyed. His eyes, a pale, watery blue, met hers. For a moment there was nothing. Then something shifted, a flicker of recognition that had no reason to exist. It was not that he knew her. It was that he saw something in her face, in the unyielding stillness of her expression, that did not belong in a flower girl. It was the look of the mountains, a quality of ancient stone that no city soot could fully cover. He said nothing. He simply stared as she gathered the flowers and stood, her cheeks flushed with a perfectly feigned embarrassment. She apologized once more to the barber and hurried out. Back in the safety of the flower shop, her hands trembled as she arranged a bouquet of lilies. It had been a risk. She had looked directly into the eyes of the enemy, or at least one of his keepers. She had seen the brief, cold curiosity there. It was a door cracked open only a sliver, but it was enough. The next move was his. A man like Sterling, a man who controlled shadows, would not ignore a flicker of unease. He would seek its source. And she would be waiting, a quiet woman in a flower shop, ready to be found. The following Tuesday, Sterling did not simply accept the carnation from the box. He stepped into the flower shop. A small bell announced his entrance. Mrs. Rixai, startled by the presence of such a man in her humble store, nearly dropped a vase. Alexandra was in the back, trimming rose thorns. She did not look up, but she felt the change in the air, the sudden stillness. Mrs. Rixai, flustered, offered her assistance. Sterling's voice was a dry, polite murmur. He was not there for flowers. He was there, he said, to thank the young woman who had been so apologetic after her little accident the previous week. He wished to assure her that no offense had been taken. Alexandra looked up then, meeting his eyes across the crowded little shop. She offered a small, grateful smile, then looked down again, a picture of modest deference. Mrs. Rixey, beaming with the reflected importance of the moment, insisted she take her break. Sterling held the door open for her as she stepped out onto the street. The mist of the previous week had hardened into a steady, cold rain. He offered the shelter of his umbrella. They walked in silence for half a block. "You are new to the city," he stated. It was not a question. "Yes, sir, not long." "Your English is excellent." "Thank you, sir." They reached a small, sheltered doorway. He stopped and turned to her, his pale eyes conducting a slow, thorough inventory of her face, her clothes, her hands. "You have the look of the old country," he said, "but not the manner of a shop girl. There is a difference between being poor and being common. You are not common." It was a test. Alexandra kept her gaze lowered, but her voice was steady. "My family believed in education. It did not save us from misfortune." "Misfortune," he repeated, the word hanging in the damp air between them. He was silent for a long moment, weighing her. "I have a household," he said finally, "a wife. She requires a new companion, a woman of discretion and quiet competence. The current girl is common. The position includes a room, a salary. It would be a step up from flowers." Alexandra allowed a look of cautious hope to touch her features. "It would, sir. Thank you for considering me." "Do not thank me yet," he said. "There will be questions, papers. I am a careful man." "I have nothing to hide," she said, the lie tasting like ash and honey on her tongue. He gave her a card with an address on Fifth Avenue. "Be there tomorrow at 10. Ask for Mrs. Higgins, the housekeeper." He turned and walked away, his umbrella a black dome receding into the gray rain. She stood in the doorway, the card clutched in her hand. The thread had been pulled, and it had drawn her right into the Spider-S parlor. She was no longer following the scent. She was inside the den. The blue shawl was a damp weight on her shoulders, a reminder of the cold she carried within her, a cold that no hearth in a Fifth Avenue mansion could ever warm. She would go. She would answer their questions. She would show them the forged papers Carter had provided. She would become a ghost in the house of her enemy, and she would listen. For the first time since the ship, she felt a grim sense of purpose, a alignment of fate and will. The story was no longer waiting. It was moving, and she was at its center. The house on Fifth Avenue was a fortress of Gilded Age excess, all marble and gilt, its opulence a world away from the sun-bleached stone of her village. Mrs. Higgins, the housekeeper, was a woman made of angles and starch, her eyes like two chips of flint. She asked the questions, her voice clipped and efficient, while Alexandra stood on the polished floor, feeling the vast, silent weight of the house around her. She presented the papers Carter had given her, identifying her as Anna Greco, a widow from Naples. Mrs. Higgins inspected them, then inspected Alexandra again, as if comparing the two. "You will attend to Mrs. Sterling," she said finally. "You will be quiet, you will be clean, and you will be invisible. You do not speak unless spoken to. You do not have opinions. You are a tool. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma am," Alexandra said, her eyes fixed on a point just beyond Mrs. Higgins' shoulder. Mrs. Sterling was a pale, ethereal creature who seemed to float through the rooms in a cloud of lavender scent and vague dissatisfaction. Her needs were simple but constant, a shawl fetched, a pillow plumped, a book read aloud in a soothing voice. The work was mindless. It gave Alexandra time to think, to map the rhythms of the house. She learned that Sterling's study was on the second floor, a room that was always locked. She learned that he received visitors late at night, men who did not use the front door but were ushered in through a side entrance by a manservant with a discreet, unsmiling face. She was a ghost as instructed. She served tea, she mended lace, she listened. Mrs. Sterling's chatter was a stream of trivialities, but occasionally a name would surface. One afternoon, while Alexandra was arranging her hair, Mrs. Sterling sighed. Another of my husband's tiresome business associates is visiting tonight, she complained. A Mr. Cassius, such a cold man. He always brings those dreadful candied figs, as if a sweet could sweeten his disposition. Alexandra's hands did not falter. She continued to twist the pale hair into its elaborate style, her fingers steady, her breathing even. But inside, a door had slammed shut, then opened onto a new, darker room. The shadow had a name, and now it had a face that would soon be in this very house. The hunt was over. The waiting had begun. She looked at her own reflection in the mirror, a quiet, capable woman in a maid's uniform, and behind her eyes the woman from the mountains stared back, patient and unforgiving as stone. She spent the rest of the day in a state of heightened awareness, every sense sharpened. The air in the house felt different, charged with a latent threat. When she descended to the kitchen for Mrs. Sterling's evening tray, she saw the preparations for the late-night meeting. A decanter of brandy, 2 glasses, a small plate. The manservant, Evans, was polishing the glasses with a grim focus. He did not look at her. The hours dragged. Mrs. Sterling retired early, complaining of a headache brought on by the impending visit. Alexandra was dismissed. She went to her small, plain room at the top of the house, but she did not undress. She sat on the edge of her narrow bed in the dark, listening. The house settled into its nighttime silence, a deep quiet punctuated by the distant sounds of the city. Then she heard it, the soft, definite click of the side door opening, followed by the murmur of men's voices. She moved to her door, opening it a crack. The hallway was dark and empty. She slipped out, her feet silent on the thick runner. She knew the back staircase, the one the servants used, led down to a hallway that passed near the study. She moved like smoke, descending into the belly of the house. She could hear their voices now, muffled by the study's heavy door. She pressed herself into a shallow alcove where a marble bust stood sentinel, shrouded in shadow. The voices were clearer here, 2 distinct tones. Sterling's dry, measured cadence, and another, a voice that was lower, with a gravelly texture that scraped against the polished English. It was a voice that had never lost the soil of Sicily. The conversation was in English for Sterling's benefit, but the accent was unmistakable. They were not discussing business. They were arguing. "It is too much risk for too little return," Sterling was saying, his voice tight. "The attention is unwelcome. You must be more discreet." The other voice, Cassius's voice, was dismissive. "Discretion is for bankers. This is about respect. You handle the numbers, I will handle the respect." There was a sound, a glass being set down hard on a table. "You handle it too loudly," Sterling snapped. "That Carabinieri Russo, he is too eager, he draws eyes. We had an arrangement with the last one. It was quiet." "The last one is dead," Cassius replied, the words flat and final. "The arrangement died with him. This is the new arrangement." Alexandra felt the words like a physical blow in the dark. They were talking about Enzo. They were talking about his murder as if it were a simple, inconvenient business transaction. The cold anger that had been her constant companion now burned, white and hot. She leaned closer, her ear nearly touching the cool wood of the door. "The new arrangement is fragile," Sterling said, his voice dropping. "There are still those who look for the woman. The American was clear. She is a loose thread." "Let them look," Cassius scoffed. "She is gone, swallowed by the sea or the city. She is nothing." In the darkness, Alexandra allowed herself a thin, cold smile. She was not nothing. She was a listener in the shadows. She was a loose thread that had now woven itself into the very fabric of their world. She had what she needed, confirmation. The connection was not just business. It was a partnership of blood and money, and Sterling was not just a facilitator. He was a part of the machine that had consumed her old life. She had found the heart of the beast, and now she just had to learn how to stop it. Story 2. The line was always there, a sharp blade of shadow cutting across the worn oak floorboards of the hallway. On one side, the buttery glow from the kitchen, warm with the smell of simmering tomatoes and baking bread. On the other, the cool, blue dusk of the living room, where the television flickered silently. It was the boundary between the before and the after, though no one in the house knew it yet. For 17 years, Frida had stepped over this line countless times, from the private world of her family into the public one of the street, never thinking of it as a threshold. But that evening, as she paused with one socked foot in the light and the other in the gathering dark, she felt a sudden, inexplicable uncertainty, as if the line itself had blurred, as if it were no longer a division but a passage, and something from the outside was already in. Then she was on the outside, and the line was everywhere and nowhere. She was a whisper against a window pane, a shift in the air in a room someone had just left. She was the memory of a laugh that echoed in the hollow of the house. Frida was gone, and the line she had crossed was absolute. The kitchen light was now a cold, clinical glare, the smell of tomatoes replaced by the faint, metallic scent of a cleaning product that could not quite erase what had been spilled. The police had come and gone, leaving behind a void louder than any noise. Her father, Cedric, stood at that same line in the hallway, his large frame blocking the light. He was a man built of solid things, of lumber and resolve, but now he seemed hollowed out, his shoulders stooped under an invisible weight. He would stare at the floorboards as if he could read the story in the grain, as if the answer to who took his daughter was written there in a language of scuff marks and dust. His obsession was a quiet, grinding thing. He spent hours in her room, not touching anything, just standing, his presence a bulwark against the forgetting. He compiled lists in a leather-bound notebook, names of neighbors, times of day, descriptions of cars he'd seen but never registered. His need for justice was a fire that burned without warmth, consuming him from the inside. Casey, her mother, could not bear the hallway at all. She moved through the house in a wide arc, avoiding the place where the light met the dark. Her grief was a fragile crystalline structure. The wrong word, the wrong memory, could shatter her into 1,000 silent pieces. She took to her bed, the curtains drawn against the accusing sun. The world had become too bright, too sharp-edged. She held Frida's favorite sweater, a soft gray cashmere, to her face, breathing in the fading ghost of her daughter's perfume, a scent of vanilla and rain. It was the only thing that could calm the tremors in her hands. From her nowhere place, Frida watched them. She saw D'Anthony, her brother, who at 15 had responded to the loss not with tears but with a simmering, directionless anger. He punched the wall in the garage, leaving a fist-shaped crater in the drywall, a monument to his frustration. He started skipping school, walking for miles along the train tracks, his headphones blaring music that drowned out the silence of the house. He avoided his father's eyes, which were full of a question he could not answer. Kim, her sister, just 12, coped by building a shrine in the corner of her room. She arranged framed photographs, a hairbrush still tangled with a few strands of Frida's chestnut hair, a ticket stub from a movie they'd seen together. She talked to the photographs in a low, confidential murmur, updating Frida on the minutiae of her life, as if her sister were merely away at college, not erased from the world. It was a performance of hope that was more heartbreaking than any display of despair. The investigators were polite, persistent, and ultimately powerless. They moved through the neighborhood like ghosts themselves, asking questions that had already been asked. They had the facts. Frida had been walking home from the library. It was a route she took every Tuesday. She never made it. They found her book bag discarded in the woods behind the community park, its contents a history textbook, a half-finished essay on the Industrial Revolution, a lip gloss spilled out onto the damp leaves. There were no witnesses, no screams were heard. The case grew cold, its edges blurring with time, becoming just another unsolved tragedy in the county files. The community watched. At first there were casseroles left on the porch, heartfelt cards, and solemn handshakes for Cedric. There was a vigil in the park, a sea of flickering candles that raised a chorus of prayers into the night air. But seasons changed. The casseroles stopped. The candles were packed away. The collective grief was replaced by a low-grade anxiety, then by a weary acceptance, and finally by the simple, brutal momentum of life moving on. Lawns were mowed. Children were sent to school. Barbecues were held. Frida became a story people told in hushed tones, a cautionary tale for teenage girls, a sad footnote in the history of the town. And through it all, Jose, who lived 3 houses down, watched with a quiet, detached interest. He was a man in his 40s, a quiet, unassuming figure who worked as a tax accountant and kept his lawn impeccably neat. He was the one who had brought over a lasagna, his eyes downcast, his voice a soft murmur of condolence. He was the one who told the police he had been working late that night, his alibi a stack of paperwork and the glowing screen of his computer. He was unsuspected. But Frida, from her new perspective, saw the darkness that clung to him like a second shadow. She saw the way his eyes lingered a moment too long on Kim as she played in the yard. She saw the careful, precise way he locked his basement door not once but twice, every time he left the house. The investigation, such as it was, kept returning to the same few clues, like a needle stuck in a groove. The book bag, the lack of a struggle. The locked door of the community garden shed near where she was found, which had been checked and rechecked and found to contain nothing but bags of mulch and rusty tools. Each recurrence of these details in the Detective S notes, in Cedric S frantic musings, was slightly shifted. The book bag was not just discarded, it was placed almost neatly against the trunk of an oak tree. The lack of a struggle suggested not a stranger, but someone she knew, someone she had no reason to fear. The locked shed door became a symbol not of what was kept out, but of what was kept in. Cedric's fixation began to narrow, a beam of light focusing on a single point. It was Jose who had been outside that evening, watering his petunias. Jose who had offered Frida a ride home from the library once before, an offer she had politely refused. Jose whose basement lights were often on late into the night. The obsession was a quiet hum in Cedric's mind, a frequency only he could hear. He started taking walks at night, his path always leading him past Jose's house. He would stand in the shadows, watching the dark windows, the locked basement door, feeling a cold certainty settle in his bones. One rainy night, the streets gleaming like black oil under the sporadic glow of the streetlights, Cedric saw something. Jose was taking out the trash, a mundane chore, but he did not wheel the bin to the curb. Instead, he carried a single, heavy-looking black bag from the basement, hefting it into his car trunk. The action was furtive, hurried. It was a deviation from the pattern, a shift in the restless motif of his life. And in that moment, the blurred boundary between suspicion and certainty snapped into sharp, terrifying focus for Cedric. He did not call the police. The law had failed him. Its processes were too slow, its proofs too abstract. His justice would be immediate, tangible. He waited until Jose's car pulled away, its taillights dissolving into the curtain of rain. Then he crossed the street, a figure moving through a dream, and approached Jose's house. The back door was unlocked. The thought, "this is too easy," flickered through his mind and was gone. The house inside was silent, smelling of lemon polish and old carpet. He moved directly to the basement door. It was locked, but the lock was flimsy, and Cedric's strength, fueled by a year of pent-up rage and grief, made short work of it. The basement was a place of concrete and shadows. It was neat, organized. Shelves held Christmas decorations and boxes of files, but in the far corner behind a worn sofa was a small, locked footlocker. Cedric did not hesitate. He used a crowbar he found leaning against the wall, the screech of metal tearing through the silence. Inside, he did not find a murder weapon. There were no blood-stained clothes. Instead, he found photographs, dozens of them. Pictures of Frida walking home from school, laughing with friends outside the diner, sitting on her own front porch. They were taken from a distance with a long lens, and at the very bottom of the trunk, nestled in a bed of tissue paper, was a single gray cashmere sweater. It was the one Casey clutched every night, the one that had gone missing from the laundry a week before Frida died. The world narrowed to the feel of the soft wool in his hands, to the scent of vanilla and rain that still clung to it, a scent that was now a violation. He heard a car door slam outside. He looked up, the sweater pressed to his face, and saw Jose standing at the top of the basement stairs, backlit by the kitchen light. He was just a silhouette, a man-shaped hole in the world. "I can explain," Jose said, his voice calm, almost reasonable. Cedric did not hear him. There were no more words. There was only the blurred line between man and action, between grief and vengeance. He moved up the stairs, the crowbar still in his hand, a primal sound tearing from his throat. The last thing Frida perceived from that place was not an image, but a sensation, a terrible, final impact, a shudder that ran through the very foundations of the house, and then a silence more profound than any that had come before. The aftermath was a different kind of quiet. The official story was a tragedy between neighbors, a grief-maddened father confronting the man he wrongly suspected, a fight that ended in 2 deaths. The community shook its head, saddened but not surprised. What else could you expect? The poor man had snapped. The case of Frida S. murder was officially set aside, a footnote to this new, more immediate violence. In the following years, Casey, D'Anthony, and Kim moved away. The house was sold. New people painted the walls, laid new carpet over the line in the hallway, filled the rooms with their own laughter and their own ghosts. The story faded, became local legend, then forgotten altogether. Detective Miles, the man who had headed the investigation, retired. He took his files with him, boxes of them, and stored them in his garage. On some afternoons, he would sit out there with a bottle of bourbon, the past hovering around him like dust motes in the slanting light. His mind, once so sharp, began to drift. The details of the case blurred and swam together. He would remember the weight of the black bag Jose had carried had that ever been followed up on. He would see the image of the locked garden shed, and then the image of Jose's locked basement door, and he could no longer remember which was which. He'd think of Cedric, a good man broken by loss, and then of the photographs in the footlocker, the sheer, chilling normalcy of Jose the neighbor. One evening, deep in his cups, he pulled out the file on Frida. The pages were brittle, the photographs faded. He stared at a picture of the book bag against the oak tree. He tried to focus, to force the pieces to align, to find the pattern that had eluded him for so long, but the threads would not hold. The case was a jumble of motifs, a sweater, a locked door, a line on a floor that led nowhere. His thoughts unraveled, drifting into fragmented memories of other cases, other faces, other dead girls. He could no longer separate them. Frida's face became the face of another, and then another, until she was just one of many, a pale ghost in a gallery of the lost. The mystery was no longer a puzzle to be solved, but a fog he was lost in. He closed the file, the final unanswered question evaporating from his mind before it was even fully formed, leaving behind only a vague and unsettling sorrow and the slow, cold certainty of the setting sun. The new family in the house had a dog, a small terrier mix that liked to scratch at the floorboards in the hallway. Over time, its nails wore a faint groove, a new line that almost, but not quite, matched the old one. The children ran across it without a thought, their shouts echoing in a space that no longer held its breath. The past was buried under layers of paint and fresh memory, a secret the house kept to itself. But the story was not entirely over. It lived in the quiet, stubborn heart of Kim, who was now a woman with a daughter of her own. She had named her Frida. The name was an act of defiance, a refusal to let the darkness have the final word. She kept the shrine not as a collection of objects in a corner, but as a living archive in a small wooden box. It held the ticket stub, the hairbrush, and a single, dog-eared photograph of her sister laughing, a moment of pure, unguarded joy. One afternoon, while unpacking a box of her own childhood things in her new home, Kim found a composition notebook she had used as a diary. Tucked between the pages, pressed flat and brittle, was a maple leaf. She remembered finding it on the walk home from the library with Frida that final Tuesday. Frida had picked it up, declared it the most perfect leaf she had ever seen, a flame of orange and red, and had given it to Kim. On the page opposite the leaf, in her own 12-year-old handwriting, she had written about that day. The words were simple, a child's account, walked home with Frida. She got a call on her phone and said she had to meet someone real quick. She told me to go on ahead. I waited at the corner for 10 minutes, but she didn't come back. Kim stared at the words, her blood turning to ice. She had told the police she walked home alone. In the chaos and the fear, the memory had been misplaced, buried under the weight of the official narrative. The someone Frida had to meet. It was the key that had been hidden in plain sight, locked away in a child's diary for over a decade. She drove through the night, back to the town she had sworn never to revisit. The old house was dark, the new family asleep. She didn't go there. Instead, she went to the community park, now expanded with a new playground. The woods where the book bag was found were thinner now, a stand of trees between two soccer fields. She stood there as the sun rose, the ghost of her sister beside her. She knew with a certainty that shook her that the answer had never been in Jose's basement. He was a monster, yes, but he was a collector, a watcher. The neat placement of the book bag, the lack of a struggle, the meeting Frida was hurrying to it pointed to a different kind of violence, one born of familiarity, not predation. She thought of the community garden shed, its locked door a recurring motif in the investigation. It had been checked, of course, but it was always what was inside that was the focus. No one had ever wondered about the key, who held it. She walked to the shed, now newer, made of green plastic instead of weathered wood. The lock was a simple combination padlock. She didn't need to open it. She just needed to know who had access back then. The sun was fully up when she found herself standing outside the modest, well-kept house of the former head of the neighborhood watch, a man named Arthur who had organized the vigil for Frida, who had been so helpful, so supportive. A man who had a key to every communal space, including the garden shed. He was an old man now, tending to his roses in the morning light. He looked up and saw her, and his smile was warm, grandfatherly. But his eyes, for just a fraction of a second, darted towards his own back door, a quick, nervous flicker. It was the same look Jose had when he locked his basement. Kim did not approach him. She did not say a word. She simply looked at him, her gaze steady, holding the truth she now carried. She saw the faint tremor in his hand as he clipped a rose, the almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw. He knew that she knew. The line between the past and the present had been redrawn, not with a crowbar, but with a child's diary and a pressed leaf. Justice had failed, the law had failed, but the truth, once awakened, was a patient thing. It could wait. It had all the time in the world, and as Kim turned and walked back to her car, she felt for the first time in 20 years that her sister was finally, truly coming home. The drive back to her own life was long and quiet. The hum of the tires on the asphalt was a meditative sound, a stark contrast to the roaring in her mind. She did not go to the police. What would she say? A look in an old man's eye, a forgotten sentence in a diary. It was nothing they could use. It was less than nothing. But for Kim, it was everything. The shapeless void of her sister's death had finally found a form, and its name was Arthur. She began to research him with a methodical patience that would have made her father proud. Arthur had been a pillar, the kind of man who organized block parties and volunteered for town cleanup days. He had been the one to suggest the vigil. He had been the one to bring Cedric a six-pack of beer and sit with him in silence on the porch when words were useless. The hypocrisy was so profound it was almost a physical force. She traced his life through public records and old newspaper articles. A retired middle school science teacher, a deacon at the local church, a devoted husband until his wife's death from cancer 5 years before Frida's murder. That detail stuck with her. A lonely man, a respected man, a man with access and a friendly face. She thought of the locked shed. The police had looked inside, but they had looked for a body, for a weapon. They hadn't looked at the shed itself as a place, a private space. She remembered a story from years after Frida's death, a minor piece in the local paper about Arthur leading a project to replace the old wooden shed. He had overseen the cleanup. He would have been the last person to handle the old contents, to ensure nothing was left behind. Kim made another trip, this time to the town's historical society, housed in the old library basement. She pretended to be working on a genealogy project. The woman volunteering was chatty and eager to help. Kim casually brought up the community garden, the old shed. "My sister used to love that garden," she said, her voice remarkably steady. Frida Mills. The volunteer's face softened with recognition and pity. "Oh, my dear, of course, that was such a terrible time. Arthur, God bless him, worked so hard to get that new shed for us all afterward. Said we needed something brighter, something with no bad memories." She lined in conspiratorially. He was so thorough. Spent a whole weekend cleaning out the old one before the demolition crew came. Even took the leftover junk to the dump himself in his own pickup. Didn't he want the town to spend a dime? Kim felt the world tilt. She thanked the woman and left, her steps quick and light. She drove to the county landfill. It was a vast, staggering landscape of consumption and decay. The attendant told her what she already knew. Records from that far back were non-existent, and even if they guarantee the specific contents of a single Resident S truck were not logged. The evidence, if it had ever been here, was buried under a mountain of other people's trash, compacted and lost forever. It was another dead end, but it felt like a confirmation. Arthur had been careful. He had sanitized the scene not once, but twice. First after the crime, and then again when the physical structure that held its memory was to be torn down. He had woven himself so perfectly into the fabric of the tragedy that he became part of the healing process, invisible in his helpfulness. She started driving past his house, not with the frantic obsession of her father, but with a calm, watchful stillness. She saw him watering his roses, reading the paper on his porch, waving to neighbors. He lived in a prison of his own making, a life sentence of pretending. She realized her presence was her weapon. She began to visit more regularly. She would park across the street and just sit watching. She never approached, never spoke. The first few times, he pretended not to see her. Then he began to retreat inside when her car appeared. The curtains on his front window, usually open, remained drawn. One afternoon, she saw a for sale sign go up on his perfectly manicured lawn. He was running. The sight of it filled her not with victory, but with a cold, clear fury. He didn't get to run. He didn't get to leave and find peace somewhere else. On the day the moving truck came, Kim walked across the street and stood at the foot of his driveway. Arthur was directing two young men carrying a sofa. He saw her and froze, his face a mask of strained civility. "Kim," he said, his voice thin, "this is a surprise." She didn't smile. She held up the composition notebook, open to the page with the pressed leaf. "I found my old diary," she said, her voice carrying clearly in the quiet air. "I remembered that Frida got a phone call. She said she had to meet someone. I thought the police knew. I guess I forgot to tell them." Arthur's face went ashen. The friendly mask crumbled, revealing the terrified old man beneath. He said nothing. He couldn't. "I know it was you," Kim said, not loudly, but with a finality that left no room for denial. "I don't have any proof, but I know, and you know I know. Wherever you go, I will be here, and I will remember." She turned and walked back to her car. She didn't look back. She heard a crash behind her, the sound of something fragile shattering on the pavement. She didn't know if it was an accident or a symptom of his trembling hands. It didn't matter. She had given him his life, but she had taken his peace. It was a different kind of justice, slower and quieter than her father's, but it was real. And as she drove away, she finally allowed herself to cry, not tears of grief, but of release. Long silence was over. The moving truck was gone by the next evening. The house stood empty, the for sale sign stark against the bare lawn. Arthur was gone, but Kim felt no urge to follow. Her work was not to haunt his steps, but to tend to the memory he had tried to bury. She visited her parents' graves, something she had avoided for years. She stood between their headstones, the autumn air crisp, and she told them everything. She spoke of the diary, the leaf, the shed, and Arthur's guilty eyes. She did not know if they could hear her, but the act of speaking the truth into the space where they lay felt like a laying down of a burden she had carried for 2 decades. A week later, a real estate agent called her. The new buyers of her childhood home had found something during their renovation, something tucked inside a heating vent in the hallway. They thought the family might want it. With a heart thudding dully against her ribs, Kim drove back. The new owners, a young couple, handed her a small, tarnished silver locket. It was shaped like a heart. Kim had never seen it before. Her hands shook as she pried the tiny clasp open. Inside was a minute, faded photograph of Frida, and on the other side, a tiny, dried sprig of lavender. It was not Casey's style, nor had it been among her sister's things. She knew with a chilling certainty that it was a token, a gift from the killer. Perhaps it was meant for Frida, or perhaps it was a trophy he had kept, only to lose it in the house during some moment of panic or morbid revisiting. Arthur had been in their house many times, a comforting presence, a helpful neighbor. He could have dropped it. He could have hidden it. The locket was not proof, but it was another voice from the past, another whisper of the truth. She took it home and added it to the wooden box. She did not tell D'Anthony, who had built a careful peace for himself far away. She did not tell her mother, whose memory was now a fragile, beautiful thing. This truth was hers to hold. She would look at it sometimes, the cold metal in her palm, and feel not the sharp sting of grief, but the solid, heavy weight of certainty. The story was complete now, not with a trial or a confession, but with understanding that settled deep in her bones. Her father's rage had been a fire, quick and consuming. Her own was a stone worn smooth by time, permanent and unyielding. And in the quiet of her own home, with her daughter playing in the next room, the name Frida was no longer a cry of anguish, but a quiet, enduring promise. She kept the locket hidden, a cold, smooth secret in the palm of her hand on difficult days. Her daughter, young and perceptive, would sometimes ask about the wooden box. Kim would simply say it held memories of her sister, a woman who loved books and perfect autumn leaves. She planted a maple tree in their backyard, and each fall she and her daughter would collect the brightest, most fiery leaves and press them between wax paper. It was a new ritual, a way to transform the past into something living and beautiful. Years turned and the town continued its slow evolution. The new plastic garden shed was replaced by a sturdier model. The old neighbors died or moved away. The legend of Frida's murder and the double tragedy that followed was now just a vague story old-timers told, the details blurred beyond recognition. Arthur's name was never mentioned in connection with it. He had vanished, his fate unknown, and to Kim, unimportant. His punishment was the knowledge that someone carried the truth, a truth that would outlive him. One afternoon, a thick envelope arrived for Kim. It was from a lawyer. Detective Miles had passed away. In his will, he had left his case files to the various families, a strange and somber bequest. The box labeled Mills, Frida was now hers. She carried it into her garage, much as Miles had in his, and for a long time she simply looked at it. She was not the grieving girl anymore. She was a woman who had made her own peace. She almost considered burning it unopened. But curiosity, that old, persistent ghost, won out. The box smelled of dust and old paper. There were the official reports, the photographs of the tree line, the bag, the transcript of her own tearful interview. It was a journey into a pain she had long since metabolized. Then at the very bottom, tucked inside a folded map of the neighborhood, she found a single, handwritten note on a piece of lined paper, the ink faded. It was Miles's handwriting, shaky and unsure from his later years. It read the key not to the shed, to the man, who holds the key to the community's trust, who is above suspicion. Look for the one who organizes the search. Kim read the words again and again. Miles, in his bourbon-soaked haze, had circled the truth without ever quite grasping it. He had seen the pattern but could no longer connect the dots. He had died with the same vague sorrow he had always carried, but he had, in his own way, tried to pass the torch. She took the note and placed it inside her wooden box, beside the locket and the pressed leaf. It was the final piece, not for any court of law, but for her own sense of history. It was an apology from a broken old man, and an affirmation from the universe that the truth did eventually leave its mark. That evening she sat with her daughter on the porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and red. Her daughter was talking about a book she was reading, her voice full of the unself-conscious joy that only children possess. Kim listened, truly listened, and felt the last cold, hard shard of the past finally melt away. It was over. The story had been told, if only to her own heart. The house of her childhood could keep its secrets, the town could forget, but she remembered. And in the quiet, ordinary act of listening to her daughter laugh, she knew that was enough. It was finally, completely enough. The maple tree in the backyard was tall now, its branches casting a familiar dappled shade on the lawn. Kim watched her daughter, a teenager with Frida's thoughtful eyes, carefully arrange a new collection of leaves on the kitchen table. She was writing about them in a journal, not out of compulsion, but with a quiet passion that made Kim's heart ache with a complicated pride. The past was not a chain anymore, but a root, deep and settled. A few months later, a different kind of letter arrived, this one from a county clerk's office in a state Shidi never visited. It was brief and formal, a notification regarding the estate of Arthur P. Mitchell. He had died a quiet death in a rented room. He had no next of kin, and his will, a simple document, had one unusual stipulation. A single item was to be delivered to Kimberly Mills. The enclosed package was small and flat, wrapped in plain brown paper. Her hands were perfectly steady as she opened it. Inside was a photograph, an old Polaroid, faded and slightly curled at the edges. It showed the inside of the old wooden garden shed. On a rough wooden workbench, amidst bags of potting soil and trowels, sat 2 glasses of lemonade, and tucked into the corner of the frame, barely visible, was the edge of a bright orange book bag. There was no note, no confession. Just this single, stark image, a window into a moment that had ended her sister's life. It was not an apology. It was an acknowledgement, a final, twisted proof that her certainty had been justified all along. She did not show the photograph to anyone. She took it out to the garage, to the box Detective Miles had left her, and she placed it inside on top of the official reports. She closed the lid and slid the box back onto a high shelf. Then she went back inside to the light and the life of her home. She walked to the wooden box on her dresser, opened it, and looked at the leaf, the locket, and Miles' note. Then she closed the lid, the soft click, a gentle period at the end of a long, long sentence. Her daughter called from the kitchen, asking for help with a stubborn paragraph. Kim went to her, placing a hand on her shoulder, looking down at the words on the page. They were just words, not ghosts. She helped her daughter find the right one, her voice calm and clear in the warm, sunlit room. The right word was resilience. Kim watched her daughter write it down, the pen moving with a sure and steady hand. Later, after dinner, she went into the backyard and stood under the maple tree. The air was cool and the leaves were just beginning to turn. She thought of the photograph now sealed away in the garage, a toxic artifact from a world that no longer existed. It changed nothing, and it changed everything. It was the final, silent scream from a man who had chosen to live in a prison of his own making, and who had in his final act chosen to rattle the bars just once in her direction. But the sound did not reach her here. The wind rustled the leaves, a soft, living sound. She looked up at the house, at the golden light in the windows, and she knew that some silences are not empty. They are full, they are peace. She went inside and closed the door behind her, not locking it, but simply closing it, a quiet and deliberate act. The night was deep and still, and for the first time in her life it held no shadows. The following spring, the town council announced plans to finally develop the old vacant lot where the community garden had once been. There was talk of a small playground, a memorial bench. A public meeting was held in the town hall basement. Kim went, not out of any sense of duty, but with a quiet curiosity. She sat in the back, listening to the debates about drainage and equipment safety. An older woman stood up, her voice trembling with emotion. She argued that the space should be left alone, that it was hallowed ground. A few people nodded in agreement, their faces etched with the old, familiar grief. Then a man Kim recognized as a younger father from her own street stood. He spoke gently but firmly. With respect, he said, "A playground is about life. It's what the town needs. We can't live in the shadow of something that happened so long ago." The room murmured, a mix of assent and dissent. Kim watched the exchange, the past and the future grappling in a room that smelled of coffee and dust. She felt no urge to speak. Her testimony was over. As the meeting adjourned, she saw the older woman who had wanted to leave the lot untouched standing alone, looking lost. Kim walked over to her. "It was a beautiful garden," Kim said softly. The woman looked at her, and for a moment there was no recognition in her eyes. Then it dawned. You're the older sister," she whispered. Kim simply nodded. The woman's eyes filled with tears. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I just don't want people to forget." Kim placed a hand on the woman's arm. "They don't need to forget," she said, "but they do need to live. A playground is a good idea." The words felt true as she said them. She was not betraying Frida by agreeing to a swing set. She was honoring the life that had been by choosing the life that still was. The project was approved. On the day the construction began, Kim drove past the lot. The earth was being turned, the shape of the new paths marked with string and stakes. She did not stop. She drove to the cemetery instead. She sat between her parents' graves and told them about the playground. She told them about her daughter, who was now applying to colleges. She told them about the maple tree in her yard and how its leaves were just starting to unfurl, a brilliant, tender green against the clear blue sky. She did not speak of Arthur or the photograph. Those stories were finished. When she stood to leave, a breeze swept through the old oaks, rustling the new leaves. It sounded like a sigh, like a release. She walked back to her car, her steps light on the gravel path. The past was not a place to live, but a stone she had laid down. The road ahead was long and quiet, and it was hers. The new playground was dedicated on a bright Saturday in June. There was a small brass plaque on the bench that simply read, "For Frida." No dates, no explanation, just a name for the children to see and ignore as they played. Kim's daughter came home from college for the weekend, and they walked there together. They sat on the bench and watched the children chase each other, their shouts and laughter filling the air. Her daughter slipped her hand into Kim's, a rare gesture of affection from a young woman on the cusp of her own life. "It's a good thing, Mom," she said. Kim squeezed her hand, the words settling deep within her. It was good. It was right. The last of the old neighbors, Mrs. Gable, passed away that winter. Her children held an estate sale. Kim went more out of a sense of closure than a desire for any object. The house was full of the accumulated detritus of a long life. In a box of old kitchenware, she found a chipped ceramic cookie jar shaped like a rooster. It had been in Mrs. Gable's kitchen for as long as Kim could remember. She bought it for $1, a small, tangible piece of the world that was now completely gone. She placed the rooster on her own kitchen counter. It was ugly and impractical, but her daughter laughed when she saw it, a genuine, joyful sound. "It's so weird, I love it," she said. That was the final transformation. The past was no longer a source of pain or a puzzle to be solved. It had become simply a part of her history, its sharp edges worn smooth, its darkness integrated into the whole of a life that was, against all odds, happy. She made a batch of chocolate chip cookies and filled the rooster jar. The act felt normal and peaceful and complete. The summer after her daughter graduated, they took a trip together, just the two of them. They drove north, following no particular route, stopping at roadside stands and small towns with unfamiliar names. One afternoon, they found themselves in a quiet coastal village. They ate lobster rolls on a pier and watched the fishing boats bob in the harbor. As they walked back to their inn, her daughter pointed to a small, shingled cottage with a neatly kept garden. An old man was sitting on the porch, whittling a piece of wood. He looked up as they passed, and for a heart-stopping, irrational moment, Kim thought it was Arthur. The same frail build, the same thinning white hair. But the man's eyes were a calm, placid blue, and he offered them a gentle, unassuming smile before returning to his work. Her daughter, sensing the sudden tension in her arm, asked if she was okay. Kim nodded, her breath returning. It was just a man, a stranger. The ghost had not followed her here. That night, in the quiet of their room, she realized that the fear, the last lingering trace of that old dread, was gone. It had been replaced by a simple, profound pity for the man who had chosen a life of hiding, while she had chosen a life of living. She slept deeply that night, lulled by the sound of the ocean, and did not dream of sheds or falling leaves or silent phones. She dreamed of her daughter, laughing on a beach, the sun warm on their faces. The drive home felt different, the landscape softer, the colors more vibrant. She did not speak of the man on the porch to her daughter, but the sight of him seemed to have severed the last, almost invisible thread tethering her to that old story. A week after they returned, she went into the garage and took down the box from Detective Miles. She did not open it. She carried it to the curb on trash day and left it there, a plain cardboard cube amid the black bags. She watched from the window as the truck's mechanical arm lifted it and swallowed it whole. There was no ceremony, no final look. It was just garbage now. Her daughter moved into her first apartment that fall. Helping her unpack, Kim placed the rooster cookie jar on a shelf in the new kitchen. It looked right there, a little piece of inherited whimsy in a space full of promise. Later, alone in her own house, the silence was no longer a thing to be filled, but a companion. She took the wooden box from her dresser and carried it to the living room. She opened it and laid the contents on the coffee table, the pressed leaf, the silver locket, the note from Miles. She looked at them for a long time, not as evidence, but as artifacts. Then she gathered them up and put them back in the box. She placed it on the highest shelf of her closet, behind a stack of blankets. She did not need to look at them anymore. They were safe, and so was she. On the anniversary of Frida's disappearance, she did not go to the cemetery. Instead, she went to the playground. It was empty in the mid-morning chill. She sat on the bench and watched a single red leaf drift down from a young oak tree planted at the edge of the lot. It landed on the bright yellow slide. She smiled. It was just a leaf. It was just a playground. The world was exactly as it was, and for the first time, that was a comfort. She stood, her knees creaking a little, and walked back to her car. She had a book waiting for her at home and a pot of tea and the whole quiet, ordinary day ahead. The book was a novel her daughter had recommended, and as she read, she found herself lost in its world, the prose elegant and the characters vivid. She finished her tea and the afternoon waned, the sun casting long, peaceful shadows across her living room floor. There was no sudden moment of profound clarity, no sweeping emotional crescendo. The change was in the absence of things. The absence of the old weight in her chest, the absence of the need to look over her shoulder, the absence of the compulsion to revisit the story and search for new meaning. The story had at last become simply a story. It was a part of her, woven into the fabric of her being, but it no longer dictated the pattern. She was the weaver now. She marked her page and went to the kitchen to start dinner, the simple, rhythmic sounds of chopping vegetables, a quiet music in the still house. The phone rang, and it was her daughter just calling to chat about her day. Kim listened, smiling, and knew that this was the only memorial that truly mattered. It was a life being lived. The years continued their quiet, steady march. Kim's hair turned a soft silver, and she grew to appreciate the slower rhythms of her life. She volunteered at the local library, sorting books and reading to children during story hour. One day, a little girl with bright, curious eyes pointed to a picture of a maple tree in a storybook. "That's like the tree in your backyard," the girl said. Kim felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest. It was true. The tree was still there, a constant, living presence. Her daughter married a kind man, and they had a child of their own, a boy with his mother's thoughtful gaze. They lived a few towns over, and Kim's house became a weekend destination, filled with the joyful chaos of toys and laughter. She never told her daughter about the photograph from Arthur. Some truths were not for passing on, they were for holding until they dissolved into the harmless sediment of a long life. She watched her grandson build a fort from cushions in her living room, his small voice narrating a grand adventure, and she knew that the house's secrets had been thoroughly, finally, cleansed by this new, unburdened joy. On a crisp autumn day, much like the one so long ago, she was raking leaves in her backyard. Her grandson was helping, jumping into the piles with gleeful shouts. He unearthed a single perfect, fiery red leaf and presented it to her with a grubby, triumphant hand. She took it, its crisp texture familiar and comforting. Later, she placed it not in the wooden box, which remained on its high shelf, but in the pages of the photo album that documented her grandson's life. It was just a leaf from a tree in a yard full of light. It meant everything, and it meant nothing at all. It was simply part of the beautiful, ordinary world. The winter that followed was mild, and the first snow did not come until January. It fell in soft, fat flakes, muting the world in a blanket of white. Kim stood at the window, a cup of tea warming her hands, and watched it cover the dormant garden and the branches of the maple tree. There was no anxiety in the silence it brought, only a deep, contented peace. The phone rang, breaking the quiet. It was her daughter, her voice bright, suggesting they build a snowman when she and the family came over the next day. Kim agreed, her heart feeling light and full. After she hung up, she remained at the window, watching the snow continue to fall. It covered everything, the past and the present, with the same gentle, impartial grace. There were no more ghosts in the yard, no more echoes in the halls. There was only the house and the snow and the quiet certainty of a tomorrow that would bring laughter and the simple, messy joy of a snowman. She finished her tea and went to find her warmest boots. The next morning, the world was pristine and bright. Her family arrived just after breakfast, her grandson tumbling out of the car, already armed with a carrot and a small bag of coal. They spent the morning rolling snow, their laughter sharp and clear in the cold air. The snowman they built was lopsided and cheerful, with the carrot nose and coal eyes and an old scarf of Kim S wrapped around its neck. Her grandson stood back, admiring their work, his mittened hand in hers. "He's perfect, Nana," he declared. She looked at the snowman, then at her daughter, who was brushing snow from her husband's shoulders, her face flushed with happiness. This was the story now. This was the only story that mattered. They went inside for hot chocolate, leaving the snowman to stand his silent, temporary watch in the quiet yard. He would melt in a few days, but the memory of building him would not. It would be stored away with all the other good memories, another layer of peace laid down over the old, troubled ground. The past was under the snow, dormant and finally at rest. The hot chocolate was rich and sweet, and the kitchen was filled with the comfortable noise of her family. Kim leaned against the counter, watching them. Her daughter was telling a story about work, her hands animated, and her grandson was carefully arranging marshmallows in a line on the table. Her son-in-law caught her eye and smiled, a warm, inclusive gesture that spoke of a shared, uncomplicated happiness. Later, after they had left and the house was quiet again, she did not feel the emptiness she had once dreaded. The lingering warmth of the day seemed to have seeped into the very walls. She washed the mugs and wiped the table, her movements slow and content. That night, as she prepared for bed, she passed the closet and glanced up at the high shelf. She felt nothing but a distant, quiet acknowledgement, like remembering a book she had read long ago. She slept without stirring, and when she woke, the sun was already high, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air of a new day. The snowman had begun to sag in the midday thaw, his scarf a damp puddle of color on the white lawn. She watched him from the window, his gradual return to the earth feeling natural and right. There was no sadness in it, only the simple, undeniable logic of the seasons. The following week, she decided to paint the kitchen. She chose a soft, buttery yellow, a color that reminded her of the morning sun. She moved the table and chairs into the center of the room and spread drop cloths on the floor. As she rolled the paint onto the walls, covering the old, faded white, she felt a sense of renewal that was both physical and mental. The new color brightened the whole room, making the old rooster cookie jar, which she had kept for herself after all, seem almost charming. When she was finished, she stood back and admired her work. The room felt lighter, cleaner, as if she had not only changed the color, but had also scrubbed the air itself. She made a fresh pot of coffee and sat at the clean table, the faint, sharp smell of paint a promise of new beginnings. The phone did not ring, and she did not wish for it to. The silence was a gift she had learned to unwrap slowly, savoring each quiet moment. The mail came, and with it a postcard from her daughter's family, a picture of a mountain lake from their short vacation. Kim propped it on the windowsill, the bright image a splash of color against the new yellow wall. A few days later, she was in the attic, looking for an old vase, and she came across a crate of her parents' things she had never had the heart to sort through. She carried it down to the living room and opened it. There were old photo albums, her father's pipe collection, her mother's favorite shawl, folded neatly. She spent the afternoon there, not with grief, but with a quiet, fond curiosity. She traced her mother's face in a faded photograph and could almost smell her father's tobacco. These were not ghosts, they were memories, sweet and a little sad, but they no longer had the power to wound her deeply. She kept the shawl in one photo, and she closed the crate, knowing she would take it to the donation center. It was not a rejection of the past, but a careful curation of it, choosing what to carry forward and what to let go. The rest of the day felt lighter, as if she had cleared not only physical space, but room in her own heart for the present. She went for a walk, her step brisk, and nodded to her neighbors, feeling a sense of belonging that was no longer fragile but settled and sure. The town was just a town, her house was just a house, and she was simply a woman walking home in the late afternoon light, with the whole of her life, past and present, resting easily within her. Story 3. The first thing I noticed was the silence of the coffee machine. It was a gleaming Italian monstrosity that Ari had insisted the agency acquire, a hissing, gurgling oracle that dispensed not just caffeine, but the very lifeblood of our mornings. Its silence at 8:45 on a Tuesday was a louder alarm than any siren. The machine was always on, always warm, always ready. Ari was always the first one in. He was the one who started it, who performed the little ritual of grinding the beans and flushing the group head, who filled the office with that rich, bitter scent that was the smell of ambition itself. The machine was cold. The air smelled only of lemon-scented cleaner and the faint, metallic tang of the air conditioning. I am a man who notices absences. It is my profession. My name is Gilbert, and I have been hired to find out why a young, brilliant, and seemingly healthy art director named Ari Lavelle fell 12 stories from the fire escape of the Zenith Advertising Agency. The police called it a tragic accident, a misstep in the rain-slicked dark. His father, a man of old money and older suspicions, called it murder. He called me. And so I became Gil, a new copywriter from a failing agency in Chicago, a man with a decent portfolio and a quiet desperation that made me blend perfectly into the sleek, anxious landscape of Zenith. The office was a temple of polished concrete and frosted glass, a monument to the religion of perception. Light fell in sharp, geometric planes across low-slung sofas and desks of pale, unblemished oak. It was a place designed to suggest creativity while ruthlessly suppressing any actual mess. That morning the mess was invisible, a stain seeping through the perfect facade. People stood in small, hushed clusters, not at their workstations. Their voices were a low murmur, a sea sound against the great window that looked out over the city, a view Ari had enjoyed in his final, terrible descent. Darrell, the agency director, emerged from his corner office. He moved with a practiced gravity, a man who understood the theater of leadership. He was in his late 50s, his silver hair a perfect helmet, his suit a dark, expensive armor against the day. "A terrible tragedy," he said, his voice calibrated to project sorrow and control. "A terrible, senseless accident. We have lost a brother, a brilliant light. Counselors are available for anyone who needs to talk. Let's try, in his memory, to find the strength to carry on." His words were as smooth and hollow as a polished shell. I watched the faces of my new colleagues. There was Lena, a copywriter with eyes the color of a winter sky and a mind like a steel trap. She watched Darrell with a stillness I found more telling than any tears. There was Marcus, the lead art director now, a man whose handsome face was a mask of carefully constructed grief, though his fingers, I noticed, were tapping a frantic rhythm against his thigh. And there was Chloe, a secretary whose desk was the nexus of all gossip, whose eyes were red-rimmed but also sharp, missing nothing. The day passed in a strange, muffled pantomime of work. I was given Ari's old accounts, a portfolio for a new line of luxury watches called Ethelred. The campaign was his last work. The tagline was everywhere on the shared server, Ethelred, the time is now. I stared at the visuals he had created, black and white photographs of strong, solitary figures on cliffsides, staring at a watch on their wrist as if it held the answer to some profound question. The art was beautiful, stark, and deeply unsettling. It felt less like an advertisement and more like a warning. That first week was a slow immersion into a world of whispered secrets. I learned the rhythms of the place, the unspoken hierarchies. The creative teams worked in a state of controlled frenzy, fueled by espresso and Adderall, their brilliance a brittle thing. The account men were smooth, soulless conduits of client desire. And through it all, the secretaries, Chloe and the others, were the silent scribes, the ones who saw the crumpled memos, overheard the fraught phone calls, and knew who was sleeping with whom, who was in debt, who was afraid. I began with Ari's office. It had been left untouched, a shrine of sorts. Darrell had given me the key, a gesture of transparent goodwill. "See if you can find anything to finish the Ethelred campaign," he'd said, his eyes not quite meeting mine. His notes, his sketches, there must be something. The room smelled of him, a specific scent, sandalwood and turpentine. His desk was a chaos of charcoal sketches, storyboards, and thick art books. I ran my fingers over the paper, feeling the ghost of his pressure, the intensity of his lines. He drew with a furious, almost violent energy. I found nothing about Ethelred. Instead, I found a series of hidden sketches, tucked inside a monograph on Francis Bacon. They were not ad concepts. They were portraits of the staff, but distorted, their corporate masks peeled away to reveal something raw and monstrous beneath. Darrell was a bloated, crowned figure, his mouth a gaping O. Marcus was a collection of sharp, broken angles. Lena was a sphinx, her face a beautiful, unreadable blank. And there was one of a man I did not recognize, a man with a face like a friendly weasel, his eyes two dark, empty pits. I showed the sketch to Chloe late one evening when the office was empty except for the hum of the servers. I bought her a drink from the silent coffee machine, a gesture that felt both sacrilegious and necessary. She looked at the drawing and her face went pale. "That's Leo," she whispered. "He doesn't work here. He's a friend of Ari's. He came by sometimes. He gave me the creeps." "Where can I find him?" I asked, my voice as soft as the twilight settling over the city. She shook her head, her gaze fixed on the sketch. "I don't know, Ari never said. He just called him his outside connection. For special projects," he said. She looked up at me, her young eyes old with knowledge. Ari wasn't just making ads, Gil. He was into something. He had a lot of new money, flashy clothes. He was scared the last few weeks, jumpy. He told me once that the most successful advertising isn't about selling a product. It's about selling a version of the world. And he said some worlds are too dangerous to sell. Her words hung in the air between us, a confession and a challenge. I felt the case shift, the focus narrowing from a simple, tragic fall to a complex, deliberate push. Ari was not just a victim, he was a participant. He had been selling a version of the world, and it had cost him everything. I followed the money. It is the oldest rule and the truest. Posing as a tax consultant doing a routine audit for the late employee's estate, I gained access to Ari's bank records. The salary from Zenith was substantial, but it was a quiet stream compared to the roaring river of other deposits. Large, untraceable sums, wired from a shell company based in the Cayman Islands called Midas Holdings. The payments coincided with the start of the Ethelred campaign. That night I went to Ari's apartment. I had kept the key from his desk. It was a loft in a converted industrial building, a space as carefully curated as his office. Exposed brick minimalist furniture, everything in shades of gray and white. It was the home of a man who understood aesthetics but had no soul. I searched for hours, my movements slow and deliberate in the profound silence. I found the safe behind a large, framed print of one of his Ethelred ads. It was a simple keypad model. I tried dates from his life, his birthday, the agency's founding. Nothing. Then I thought of the tagline, "The time is now." I tried the date of the campaign launch. The lock clicked open. Inside was not money. There was a small, encrypted hard drive, and a gun, a sleek Black 9 that felt cold and final in my hand. But more chilling than the weapon were the photographs, dozens of them. They were not of watches or cliffsides. They were surveillance photos. Of Darrell meeting with the weasel-faced man from the sketch, Leo, in a dimly lit parking garage. Of Marcus leaving a known money-laundering bar in the financial district. Of Lena, her wintry eyes wide with fear, talking to a hulking man in a leather jacket on a rainy street corner. And there were documents, shipping manifests, bills of lading for Ethelred watches. The quantities were immense, far more than any marketing campaign would require. Ethelred was not just a brand, it was a container, a vessel. The special projects were the smuggling of something far more valuable and dangerous than luxury timepieces. The agency, with its international clients and constant flow of promotional materials, was the perfect cover. Ari had been the creative genius, designing the campaign that provided the legitimacy. But he had also been the documentarian, the archivist of their sins. He had gathered enough evidence to bring them all down. And for that, he had to fall. I was putting the hard drive into my jacket pocket when a floorboard creaked behind me. I turned, my hand moving instinctively toward the gun I now owned. Lena stood in the doorway. She wasn't looking at me. Her eyes were fixed on the open safe. The photographs spilled across the floor like a hand of terrible cards. Her face was a sheet of white paper. "You found it," she said, her voice flat. "I knew you weren't just a writer. You move like a cop." "I'm not a cop," I said quietly. "It doesn't matter," she whispered. She stepped into the room, her movements fragile as if she might break. Ari thought he could play them. He thought his intelligence made him their equal. He was wrong. They don't play, they consume. "Who are they, Lena?" "Daryl is the face, Leo is the muscle, the man I was talking to in the photo. He's the end of the line. They're moving product through our shipping containers. The watches are hollow. They're filled with, I don't know what, fentanyl precursors, untraceable diamonds, something so profitable it's worth killing for." She hugged herself, a sudden girlish gesture. Ari wanted out. He was going to use that. She nodded at the hard drive to make them let him go. "He was going to give it to me for safekeeping the night he died." The pieces clicked into place with a soundless final thud, but he didn't because someone knew. She met my gaze then, and her eyes were full of a terrible, clear light. "Marcus," she said. Ari told Marcus he was having second thoughts. He thought Marcus was his friend. Marcus went straight to Daryl. We stood there in the silence of the dead man's home, two conspirators bound by his ghost. The city lights glittered outside the vast windows, a galaxy of indifference. I had the evidence, I had the motive, I had the names. The professional part of my mind was already constructing the report, the neat, logical sequence of cause and effect that would bring a semblance of justice. But the other part, the part that lived in the silences and smelled the absences, knew it was not so simple. This was not a story that would end in a courtroom. It was a story that would end in the dark. I went to Daryl directly. I did not call the police. I walked into his office the next morning as he was sipping his coffee, the machine now back under someone else's care, its hiss a mockery of normalcy. I placed one of the photographs on his desk, the one of him and Leo. He looked at it for a long time, then he carefully set his cup down on its saucer. The china made a delicate, ringing sound. "Gil," he said, his voice still smooth, but a hairline crack had appeared in the facade. "Or whatever your name is, this is unfortunate." "Ari Lavelle is unfortunate," I replied. He sighed, a performance of weary resignation. Ari was a talented boy who got in over his head. He made a deal, then he tried to renegotiate. In our business, that is bad form. "My business has stricter rules," I said. "I have everything, the hard drive, the manifests, the gun. It's over, Daryl." He smiled then, a thin, cold smile. "Is it, you have evidence of what exactly? A man meeting another man, some speculative shipping documents. You have a gun that cannot be traced to any crime. You have the paranoid scribblings of a depressed artist who fell from a fire escape." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. "Let me offer you a different version of the world. You walk away. You give me the drive. In return, a very generous donation is made to your consultancy. You retire. We all move on. The campaign continues. The world keeps turning." It was the same offer they must have made to Ari, and when he refused, they helped him fall. I looked at Daryl, at this man who traded in realities, and I knew that arresting him would be a temporary victory. He had lawyers, connections, a narrative already prepared. He would wriggle free. The machine would go on. "I have a counteroffer," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "You resign today. You cite health reasons, the stress of the tragedy. You leave the city. Marcus follows you. If either of you ever returns, or if anything happens to Lena or to me, the entire contents of this drive go to every major news outlet and federal agency I can think of. Not just the police, the IRS, the DEA. You won't just go to jail. You will be erased." He stared at me, his eyes searching for a bluff. He found none. The room was so quiet I could hear the faint hum of the fluorescent light above his head. I had taken his narrative and rewritten it. I had given him an ending he could live with, a quiet disappearance. It was a form of death, but a cleaner one. He nodded once, a small, defeated motion. I left his office. I walked through the creative department, past the young minds crafting lies for a living. Lena was at her desk. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second, a silent transfer of understanding. Then I was in the elevator, descending through the heart of the building. I did not give him the hard drive. I keep it in a safe deposit box, my own insurance policy. The gun I dropped from the ferry into the deep, gray waters of the river, a secret for the silt and the fishes. The news broke a week later. Daryl had taken an indefinite leave of absence for exhaustion. Marcus had resigned to pursue other opportunities. The Ethelred account was put on hold, then quietly reassigned. The campaign was scrapped. The world, as Daryl had said, kept turning. I still work at Zenith, my cover held. I'm Gil, the quiet copywriter who keeps to himself. The coffee machine hums and gurgles every morning, a sound I have learned to accept, though I never drink from it. Lena and I pass in the hallways, polite and distant, two ghosts sharing a haunted house. We never speak of Ari or Daryl or the things we know. Sometimes, late in the day, I look out the great window of the office down at the street 12 stories below. I watch the people, tiny as insects, going about their lives, buying and selling, believing the stories they are told. And I think of Ari and the dangerous world he helped sell, and the quiet, cost-effective peace I brokered in the wake of his fall. It is not justice. It is just the way things are. The silence, once an alarm, has become a permanent condition. It is the sound of a case closed, of a mystery solved but not resolved, the sound of a life returned to normal, as if the crime had never occurred at all. The new campaign is for a line of athletic wear called Apex. The tagline is Reach Your Summit. I write the copy about overcoming obstacles and pushing past limits. The words feel like ash in my mouth. I am good at my job. Lena avoids me with a precision that feels like a form of communication. She takes the long way around the floor to the kitchenette. She never looks up when I enter a meeting room. It is a dance we are both committed to, a performance of ignorance for an audience of no one. I understand. Some silences are necessary for survival. It is Chloe who breaks the pattern. She slides into the chair beside my desk one afternoon, her movements quick and furtive. She pretends to be adjusting the cord of my phone. "Leo was here," she whispers, her lips barely moving. "This morning, in the lobby, he was asking for you." A cold knot tightens in my stomach. "Asking for Gil," I clarify, keeping my eyes on my screen. "No," she says, her voice dropping even lower. "He was asking for a man named Gilbert. He described you." The world, which had settled back into its comfortable humming rhythm, tilted on its axis. They were not gone. They were checking the locks. Daryl had broken our agreement, or Leo was operating on his own initiative, a loose end with a mind of his own. "Thank you, Chloe," I say, my voice steady. She gives a tiny, sharp nod and is gone, a phantom returning to her post. I do not panic. Panic is a luxury I cannot afford. I consider my options. Fleeing would confirm everything. Staying is a calculated risk. I have the insurance, but a weasel does not think in terms of mutual destruction. A weasel thinks only of the next meal. That evening, I do not go straight home. I take a series of trains, doubling back, watching reflections in darkened windows. I walk through a park, the path damp and smelling of turned earth. I am a man who notices presences now. I feel the weight of a gaze that is not there, the pressure of a footstep that does not fall. My apartment is on the 3rd floor of a brownstone. I approach from the alley, standing in the shadows, watching my own windows for a long time. They are dark, nothing is out of place. Still, the feeling persists, a low hum of dread beneath the silence. Inside, I do not turn on the lights. I stand with my back to the door, letting my eyes adjust to the gloom. The air is still. I can smell the lemon from the cleaning spray I used this morning, and beneath it something else, a faint, foreign scent, sandalwood. I move through the rooms, a ghost in my own home. Nothing is overturned, no drawer is left open. It was a professional job. They were not looking to rob me. They were looking for the drive. They were looking for confirmation. In the bedroom on my pillow lies a single, glossy photograph. It is a recent shot taken from across the street. It is of Lena leaving her apartment building, a grocery bag in her hand. On the back, in neat block letters, are 2 words. Stay quiet. The message is not a request, it is a reminder of the terms, my life and Lena's for my silence. It is a cost-effective piece, but it is not free. The price is vigilance. The price is this permanent, low-grade fear that has become the new texture of my life. I pick up the photograph. The paper is cool and smooth between my fingers. I look at Lena's face, caught in a moment of ordinary life, and I understand that my work is not over. It has simply changed. The case is closed, but the watching has just begun. I am a man who notices absences, and now I must also notice the presence of the hole they have left in the world, a hole that will never truly close. I put the photograph in my pocket. I will keep it, a receipt for the transaction I made. Then I go to the kitchen and put the kettle on, preparing for another night and another day at the office, where I will continue to sell versions of the world, all of them lies. The kettle whistled, a shrill, domestic sound that felt obscene in the thick silence. I poured the water over the tea bag, watching the brown plume cloud the cup. My hands were steady. That was the first thing they taught us. The body can be calm even when the mind is screaming. I carried the cup to the living room and sat in the dark, looking out at the city. Each lit window was a story, a life. Most of them were probably lies, too. The next morning, I went to work as usual. I nodded to the security guard. I rode the elevator with a group of interns laughing about something on a phone. The office was the same. The hum, the light, the scent of ambition and anxiety. I sat at my desk and opened the Apex file. Reach your summit. I wrote a paragraph about the resilience of the human spirit. It was some of my best work. At 10:30, I went to the kitchenette for water. Lena was there, staring into the open refrigerator as if the answer to a difficult question lay behind the carton of oat milk. I stood beside her, reaching for a glass from the cupboard. Our arms almost touched. "Yes, watching," I said, the words so quiet they were little more than a breath. She didn't look at me. She slowly closed the refrigerator door. "I know," she whispered. "He left a rose on my desk, a black one." We stood there for a moment longer, two strangers sharing a terrible secret in a bright, sterile room. Then she walked away, her heels making no sound on the carpet. The performance would continue, but the stakes had been silently acknowledged. We were both on stage now, and the audience was no longer indifferent. He was in the front row, waiting for one of us to miss a line. I spent the afternoon methodically reviewing my life. I assumed my phone was compromised, my apartment periodically searched. My digital footprint was a carefully constructed fiction, but Leo was a physical problem. He was a man who left calling cards on pillows and desks. He needed to see me be Gil, the harmless writer. He needed to be convinced that the threat was contained, that I was properly cowed. A week passed, then another. The rhythm of Zenith reasserted itself. Daryl was gone, a memory already fading. Marcus's office was occupied by a cheerful woman from the London office. The Ethelred watches were quietly liquidated in a fire sale. The machine had purged the infected parts and healed over. I began to think maybe it was over. Maybe the photograph was a final warning, a last piece of theater to ensure my compliance. I let a sliver of hope in, a dangerous indulgence. It was raining on Friday. I was working late, the only soul on the creative floor. The rain streaked the great windows, turning the city lights into smears of color. I was gathering my things when I heard the soft ping of the elevator arriving on our floor. It was after 8. The cleaning crew didn't come until 10. I picked up my phone, pretending to be engrossed in a message, and watched the elevator doors in the reflection of my dark monitor. They opened. Leo stepped out. He wore a dark raincoat beaded with water. He didn't look around. He walked with a purpose directly toward Daryl's old office, which was now empty, its door locked. He stopped before it, tried the handle, and then, from his pocket, he produced a key. He unlocked the door and went inside, closing it behind him. My blood went cold. He wasn't here for me. He was here for something else, something Daryl had left behind, or he was using the office as a base, a place to watch from within the hive itself. The audacity of it was a message in itself. I am here, I belong here, you cannot get rid of me. I stood up slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could leave, slip out the stairwell, go home to my watched apartment and my silent tea. That was the safe choice, the smart choice, but I was tired of safe choices. Ari had drawn the monsters because he needed to see them. I needed to see too. I walked toward Daryl's office. The rain was the only sound, a hushed drumming on the glass skin of the building. I didn't stop at the door. I walked past it, my gaze straight ahead, toward the bank of windows at the end of the hall. As I passed, I glanced through the narrow vertical pane of glass set into the wall beside the door. Standing at Daryl's desk, but he wasn't searching it. He was looking out the window, his back to me, perfectly still. And then, as if he had sensed my presence, his head began to turn. I kept walking, my pace unchanged, turning the corner toward the elevators. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could feel his eyes on my back, a physical pressure. The performance was over. He knew that I knew he was here inside the castle walls. The quiet understanding we had was shattered. The next move was his, and in the reflection of the elevator doors as they closed, I saw the hallway behind me remain empty. He wasn't following. He was waiting. The game had simply entered a new, more dangerous phase. The rain fell harder during the walk to the subway, plastering my hair to my scalp and soaking through my jacket. I didn't mind. The cold water was a shock that cleared the last vestiges of Gil from my mind. Leo's presence in the office was a declaration. The territory was being remarked. My counter-threat had a shelf life, and it was expiring. I didn't go home. I went to a 24-hour diner across town, a place with sticky vinyl booths and a smell of old coffee and grease. I took a booth in the back, ordered a black coffee I wouldn't drink, and watched the door. I had to think like them now. I had to be unpredictable. The problem was Leo. Daryl was a strategist, a chess player. Leo was a guard dog. He didn't think in terms of long-term consequences or mutual destruction. He thought in terms of threats and eliminations. My insurance policy was only good if Leo believed Daryl would enforce it. What if Leo had decided Daryl was weak? What if he was now running his own operation? I took out my phone, a cheap burner ID purchased weeks ago for exactly this kind of contingency. I composed a text to a number I had memorized but never used. The message was simple, a single question mark. The reply came 10 minutes later, just as my coffee grew cold. A single word, stable. It was the response I'd hoped for. My contact, a deeply buried source in the city's financial crimes unit, was confirming that Daryl was still in play, still adhering to our agreement from his gilded exile. Leo's move was unilateral. A guard dog off the leash is more dangerous, but also more vulnerable. He was no longer protected by the system. He was just a man. I paid for the coffee with cash and left. The rain had eased to a fine mist. I walked for an hour, my mind turning over the pieces. Leo was inside Zenith. He had a key to Daryl's office. He was using it as a nest, a place to watch from. He was looking for something, or he was waiting for me to make a mistake. The next Monday, I arrived at work early. The office was empty, the silence profound. I went straight to Daryl's old office. The door was locked. I looked through the narrow glass pane. Everything was as it had been, the desk clean, the chair pushed in. But on the floor, near the leg of the desk, was a single, dried mud footprint. It hadn't been there before the rain. He had been back. I went to my desk and began my day. When Lena arrived, I did not look at her. When Chloe buzzed around, I gave her a bland smile. I was Gil, the unobservant copywriter, lost in the world of taglines and product benefits. I leaned into the part, making a show of being slightly clumsy, spilling a box of paper clips, asking inane questions about the Apex campaign in a meeting. I was building a prison for myself, a character so weak and harmless that Leo would eventually grow bored. It was my only play, to be less of a threat and more of a nobody. It worked for 3 days. On the 4th, I was in the archive room, pulling old marketing reports for a retrospective a new director wanted. The room was in the basement, a windowless space filled with metal shelving and the smell of dusty paper. I heard the door click shut behind me. I turned. Leo stood there, blocking the only exit. He wasn't a large man, but he filled the space, his presence dense and suffocating. He wore a dark polo shirt and slacks, the uniform of a mid-level manager. He smiled, a thin, humorless stretching of his lips. "Gilbert," he said, his voice was rougher than Daryl's, a gravelly baritone. "Finding everything you need." "I think so," I said, holding up a dusty folder. "Just some old campaign data." He took a step forward, his eyes scanning the shelves as if he were genuinely interested. "This is a room full of ghosts, old ideas, dead campaigns." He stopped a few feet from me. Daryl liked to keep the past buried. He thought it was cleaner that way. I said nothing. I could smell his sandalwood cologne, faint but distinct in the stale air. "He is not here anymore," Leo continued, picking a non-existent piece of lint from his sleeve. "That changes things. An agreement made with a man who is no longer in the room, it loses its force, Dante, you think." "So you in charge now?" I asked, keeping my tone neutral, almost curious. He laughed, a short, sharp sound. "I am the one who is here, that's what matters." He looked directly at me, his eyes flat and dark. "The girl is nervous. She jumps at shadows, that's good. It means she understands the situation. Though you harder to read. Daryl thought you were smart. I think you just lucky." He reached out and tapped the folder in my hands. "Finish your work, Gilbert, and remember, the past should stay in the past. Some ghosts are better left in the dark." He turned and left, the door sighing shut behind him. I stood there in the silence, the dust motes dancing in the fluorescent light. The message was clear. He wasn't going to kill me, not here, not now. He was going to remind me. He was going to be a permanent fixture, a splinter in my life until I made a mistake or broke under the pressure. He was patience itself. I leaned against the cold metal shelving, the folder trembling in my hand. He was right. This was a room full of ghosts. And I had just joined them. I stayed in the archive room until my breathing returned to normal. The tremor in my hands subsided. He had not come to threaten Lena, not directly. He had come to tell me that my performance was being judged by a new, stricter critic. Luck was not a currency he respected. The rest of the week was a study in tension. Every time the elevator pinged, my shoulders tightened. Every time the phone rang, I expected his gravelly voice. But Leo was a ghost in the machine, visible only when he chose to be. I saw him once through the glass wall of a conference room, talking and laughing with the new director from London as if he belonged there. He had inserted himself into the ecosystem of Zenith with terrifying ease. Lena, true to his word, was a nervous wreck. She dropped a full cup of coffee in the kitchenette, the brown liquid spreading across the floor like a stain. Her eyes were perpetually wide, the pupils dilated with a fear she could no longer hide. Our silent dance became a tragedy. We were no longer just avoiding each other. We were fleeing from the same shadow, separately. I knew I had to do something. The passive act of playing Gil was no longer enough. Leo was a predator who respected only strength, or at least a convincing display of it. He saw my harmless act as weakness, an invitation. I needed to show him I was not a ghost he could haunt indefinitely. I had to remind him that I too had teeth, even if I preferred not to bear them. On Friday, I waited until I saw Leo leave for the day. I gave it 20 minutes, then I took the elevator down to the lobby. I didn't go home. I walked 2 blocks to a public park, found an empty bench, and took out the burner phone. I didn't send a question mark this time. I sent an address and a time. Then I sat and watched the pigeons fight over a piece of bread, my heart a cold, hard stone in my chest. The address was for a storage facility on the industrial edge of the city. I arrived early, the air smelling of diesel and wet concrete. I stood in the dim, cavernous hallway between the roll-up doors, the silence broken only by the hum of a distant generator. I held a small, sturdy box in my hands. He was late. I had almost given up when I heard the soft scuff of a shoe on the concrete floor. Leo emerged from the shadows at the end of the corridor. He was alone. "A social call, Gilbert," he said, his voice echoing slightly. "I am touched." I didn't answer. I simply placed the box on the ground between us and took 2 steps back. He looked at it, then at me, his expression unreadable. He walked forward slowly and knelt, flipping the lid open with one hand. Inside, nestled in packing foam, was a single, sealed evidence bag. Inside the bag was a USB drive. It was a decoy, of course, a blank, but he didn't know that. "This is a copy," I said, my voice flat and clear in the stillness. "The original is with a friend who will be very curious if I fail to call him every 24 hours. He knows all about Daryl, and now he knows all about you, Leo." Leo stood up, the box in his hand. He didn't look angry. He looked intrigued, like a scientist presented with a new specimen. "You're making this personal." "It was always personal," I said. "You made it personal when you left a photograph on my pillow. This is just me clarifying the rules of the game. You can watch me, you can haunt the office, but you will leave Lena completely alone. You will not speak to her, you will not look at her, you will not so much as breathe in her direction. If her life is disrupted in any way, my friend makes his call. Are we clear?" He stared at me for a long time, his eyes calculating. He was weighing the risk, the credibility of my threat. He was deciding if I was bluffing. Finally, he gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Crystal," he hefted the box in his hand. "A token of your sincerity. I appreciate it." He turned and walked back the way he came, disappearing into the shadows without another word. I stood there until I could no longer hear his footsteps. The air felt colder. I had not won anything. I had not ended anything. I had simply re-established the borders of our shared prison. I had traded his constant, visible pressure for a deeper, more profound silence. I had looked the guard dog in the eye and shown him I was not afraid to use the stick. But a dog that knows you have a stick is still a dog. It just becomes more careful about when it chooses to bite. I walked out into the night, the taste of ash in my mouth, and went home to prepare for another day of selling lies. The following Monday, Lena was different. The frantic energy was gone, replaced by a hollowed-out calm. She passed me in the hall, and her eyes met mine for a fraction of a second, a flicker of acknowledgement before skittering away. The invisible leash around her neck had been loosened. She didn't know why, but she could feel the shift in pressure. I had given her that. It was the only piece of truth I had been able to offer. Leo was true to his word. He became a ghost in a different sense. He was present, but his attention was a searchlight that had been deliberately turned away from her. I felt the full weight of it instead. In meetings, his gaze would settle on me not with menace, but with a cold, professional assessment. He was studying me, learning the rhythms of my performance, looking for the seams in the character of Gil. The game was no longer about intimidation. It was about endurance. I threw myself into the Apex campaign. Reach Your Summit became my refuge, a mountain I could pretend to climb within the safe, fictional landscape of the brand. I wrote about overcoming adversity, about the strength found in solitude, about the clarity that comes from staring at a vast, empty horizon. I was writing coded messages to myself, and Leo, reading every word I produced, was my only audience. He was consuming my lies, looking for the truth hidden inside them. Weeks bled into a month. The seasons began to turn. The city outside the office windows grew colder, the light thinning to a pale gold. The stability was an illusion, I knew, a temporary ceasefire. I kept my daily check-in with my contact. The reply was always the same, stable. One afternoon, Chloe dropped a new brief on my desk. Her smile was a little too bright, her energy a little too forced. "New project from the top," she chirped. "Super hush-hush, internal branding initiative." I opened the folder. The working title was Zenith, the Unbroken Chain. It was a history, a celebration of the company's resilience and its unwavering corporate culture. It was to be presented at the upcoming Global Leadership Conference. The assigned writer was me. And the project liaison, the person from executive security who would provide context and oversight, was Leo. I looked up at Chloe. She was already walking away, a nervous flutter in her step. This was not a coincidence. This was the next move. He wasn't just going to watch me from a distance. He was going to sit beside me and watch me write. He was going to help me shape the narrative, a narrative that would whitewash Daryl's departure, that would spin the Ethelred disaster into a tale of prudent corporate governance. He was going to make me an accomplice in sanitizing my own trauma. I closed the folder, my hands were steady. That was the first thing they taught us. I looked out at the city, at the countless lit windows, each one a story. I would write this one too. I would write it so well they would frame it. I would sit in a room with Leo and discuss tone and syntax, and I would look him in the eye while I buried the truth under a mountain of beautiful, convincing prose. The performance was entering its most demanding act. The audience was no longer in the front row. He was on the stage with me, and we were going to perform a duet. I opened the folder again and picked up my pen. The first word I wrote was a lie. The second was too. It was the only way forward. The first meeting was scheduled for Thursday morning in a sterile, white-walled conference room on the executive floor. I arrived 5 minutes early, my laptop and a notebook in hand. Leo was already there, standing by the window with a cup of coffee. He didn't turn as I entered. I took a seat at the long table, arranging my things with a deliberate calm I did not feel. The air in the room was chilled and still. He turned after a moment, his eyes sweeping over me before landing on the empty chair opposite mine. Gilbert, punctual, I appreciate that. He sat down, placing his coffee cup on the table without a coaster. A small, deliberate act of territorial marking. Shall we build a legacy? He slid a single sheet of paper across the table. It was a timeline, a curated history of Zenith. Daryl's tenure was a single, unremarkable line item between two other names. The Ethelred project wasn't mentioned at all. We start with the founding principles, Leo said, his voice a low, business-like monotone. Focus on continuity, the idea that the core values have never wavered, regardless of leadership. I nodded, opening my laptop, a steady hand on the tiller through changing seas. Exactly, a faint, approving smile touched his lips. He was enjoying this, the construction of the cage. The narrative is strength through consistency. Any disruptions in the past were merely tests that proved the resilience of the system. I began to type, my fingers moving automatically. I wrote about vision and integrity. I wrote about a chain that had never been broken. The words felt like ash in my mouth, but they looked convincing on the screen. We worked for an hour, him feeding me bullet points, me weaving them into fluid corporate prose. It was a collaboration. It was a violation. He stopped me as I was describing a recent charity initiative. Use, reaffirming our commitment instead of demonstrating our dedication. It sounds more established, less like we're trying to prove something. I made the change. He was right. It was better. He had a good ear for this, for the subtle language of power and permanence. I was learning from him. The thought made my skin crawl. After 90 minutes, he stood up. That's enough for today. Good progress. He looked down at me, his head tilted. You're a talented writer, Gilbert. It's a shame your talents were previously misdirected. The room. I sat there for a long time, staring at the words on my screen. They were good words. They built a world that was clean and orderly and utterly false. I had done my job well. I had taken the rotten timbers of the past and sanded them smooth, varnishing them until they shone with a deceptive luster. I closed the laptop. The silence in the room was absolute. I had not just written the lies. I had begun to live them. The performance was no longer just for him. It was for me, too. And I was almost starting to believe it. The document grew over the next 2 weeks, a tumor of polished falsehoods. Our meetings became a routine. Leo would critique, I would revise. He never raised his voice, never made an overt threat. His power was in his calm certainty, his absolute control over the narrative we were crafting. He was teaching me how to build my own prison, and I was proving to be an excellent student. One Tuesday, he was late. I waited in the conference room, the hum of the air conditioner the only sound. When the door finally opened, it wasn't Leo, it was Lena. She froze, one hand still on the door handle, her eyes wide with panic. We stared at each other across the expanse of the polished table. The silence was a physical thing, thick and choking. I was told to bring these, she stammered, holding up a folder of archival photographs. For the project. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. She hurried in, placed the folder on the table as if it were on fire, and turned to leave. "Lena," I said, the word out before I could stop it. She stopped, her back to me, her shoulders rigid. "Are you okay?" It was a stupid, dangerous question. She half turned, her face a mask of conflicted emotion. For a second, I saw the woman from the bar, the one with the sharp wit and the tired eyes. Then the mask snapped back into place. "I'm fine, Gil, just busy." She left, and the room felt emptier than before. Her fear was a scent she carried with her now, a perfume of anxiety. My threat to Leo had created a safe distance, but it had also deepened the chasm between us. We were islands, and the sea around us was poisoned. Leo entered a moment later, without apology for his lateness. He glanced at the folder on the table, then at me. His expression didn't change, but I knew he had seen her leave. He had orchestrated this small, cruel collision. "Shall we continue?" he said, taking his seat. "We need to address the European expansion chapter. The narrative needs to emphasize seamless integration, not conquest." I turned back to my laptop, my fingers cold on the keys. The words came, the lies flowed, but something had broken in the rhythm of our terrible duet. The facade of professional collaboration had cracked, revealing the raw manipulation beneath. He wasn't just testing my endurance anymore. He was testing my resolve. He was showing me that even within the borders I had drawn, he could still find ways to make me bleed. I typed a sentence about unified corporate vision, and I knew with a cold, sinking certainty that this could not last. One of us was going to break the silence, and I was starting to fear it would have to be me. The final draft of the unbroken chain was approved without comment. A PDF arrived in my inbox with a single line from Chloe. "Looks great, print run is scheduled." I closed the email and sat at my desk, watching the afternoon light fade behind the skyline. The thing was done. I had built the coffin for the truth and nailed it shut with my own words. The leadership conference was a week away. The office began to fill with a different kind of energy, a buzz of rehearsals and logistics. I became a ghost again, drifting through the preparations, my part already played. Leo was a constant, efficient presence, a shadow in a well-tailored suit moving between the senior staff. Our eyes met once across the crowded lobby. He gave me a small, almost imperceptible nod. It was not a gesture of friendship, but of acknowledgement. We had completed a transaction. The night before the conference, I couldn't sleep. I left my apartment and walked, my hands shoved deep in my coat pockets. The city was quiet, the streets glistening from a recent rain. I found myself outside the old library, its stone facade looming in the dark. It was where I had first met my contact, the man I called my friend in the stories I told Leo. He was a retired journalist, a cynic who had seen too much to be surprised by corporate evil, but who still held a flicker of belief in the power of a well-placed truth. He had the originals. He was my insurance. My burner phone was in my pocket. I didn't take it out. I just stood there looking at the dark, silent library. I had played my hand. I had bought Lena a measure of peace and myself a deeper kind of hell. The stability was a delicate, terrifying thing. I had traded a monster I knew for a predator who now understood the exact shape and size of my fear. I thought about the conference the next day. I thought about Leo standing on the stage, presenting our document, his voice calm and authoritative as he spoke the lies I had written. I thought about the applause. I had become a part of the machine, a cog that helped it run more smoothly by silencing its own grinding noises. I turned from the library and started the long walk home. The performance was over. There was no curtain call, no bow. There was only the quiet aftermath and the certain knowledge that the next act was already being written in the dark, and that my role in it was far from finished. The morning of the conference dawned bright and cold. I put on my best suit, the armor I wore for important lies, and went to the office. The place was a controlled chaos of event staff and nervous executives. I was given a guest pass and directed to the back of the main auditorium, a sea of plush seats facing a vast, illuminated stage. I found a spot in the last row near the exit. I watched as the room filled with the most powerful people in the company, their chatter a low, confident hum. I saw Lena near the front, her posture perfect, her attention fixed on the stage. She looked like a statue. Then the lights dimmed, a hush fell. The CEO gave a brief, booming introduction, and then Leo walked onto the stage. He looked calm, assured. He stood at the podium, the massive screen behind him glowing with the Zenith logo. He began to speak. His voice was different from the one I knew in the conference room. It was warmer, filled with a convincing gravitas. He spoke of legacy, of resilience, of the unbroken chain. He quoted directly from the document, my words flowing from his mouth with a seamless authority that made my stomach clench. On the screen behind him, images flashed: founders, old buildings, charts showing relentless growth. It was a masterpiece of propaganda. He was nearing the end, his voice rising to a crescendo when the screen flickered. A technician somewhere must have panicked, because for a single, breathtaking second, the polished presentation vanished. In its place was a raw file directory, visible to everyone. And there, among the blandly named folders, was one with a simple, damning title: Ethelred Post Mortem Confidential. It was there for less than a heartbeat before the screen went blue and then the presentation snapped back. Leo did not falter. He did not even glance back. He finished his sentence, his voice never losing its rhythm, and moved smoothly into his concluding remarks. Most of the audience probably didn't even notice. They were caught in the spell he was casting. But I saw it, and I saw Lena in the front row. Her head had jerked up at the flicker. She had seen the name. Her entire body went still, a rabbit sensing a hawk. Then slowly she turned her head and looked back, her eyes scanning the dark auditorium until they found mine. The look was not one of fear this time. It was a question, a fierce, burning question. The applause was thunderous. Leo smiled a thin, professional smile and left the stage. The house lights came up. People began to mill and talk, the moment already forgotten, but everything had changed. The chain had broken, if only for a second, and in that crack of light, a seed of recognition had passed between us. She knew that I knew. The silence was no longer just between Leo and me. It was a triangle now, and one of its points had just sharpened into a weapon. I stood up and walked out into the bright, empty hallway, my heart pounding a frantic, hopeful rhythm against my ribs. Story 4. The first tremor came not as a thought, but as a vibration in the bone, a minute shiver that began somewhere deep in Brant's sternum and radiated outwards until it hummed in his teeth. He was standing by the grand piano, a glass of amber whiskey warming in his hand, and for a moment he thought it was the low C from the instrument, a note struck and sustained by some unseen pressure. But the piano was closed, its lid a sheet of polished obsidian reflecting the dying fire. The room was full of the soft, fabric-muffled sounds of a country evening, the murmur of polite conversation, the clink of crystal, the sigh of a log collapsing into embers, yet beneath it all, that subcutaneous frequency persisted, a warning from his own nervous system that something in this elegant composition was profoundly out of tune. He caught the eye of his friend Eric across the room. Eric was leaning against the mantelpiece, a study in casual indifference, but his gaze was not on the people around him. It was on the space between them, on the shadows pooling in the corners of the high-ceilinged library of Blackwater Lodge. He gave Brant a slow, almost imperceptible blink. He felt it too. The weekend at Bentley's family estate had been planned as a retreat, an escape from the city-esque grime into the curated autumnal splendor of the Hudson Valley. Bentley himself was the picture of established comfort, his silver-haired head nodding graciously as he listened to some anecdote from a guest. He was a man who had built his life like he had built this house, with solid timber and inherited stone, every joint seamless, every surface polished to a high sheen. But the foundation, Brant sensed, was shifting. The disruption arrived with the rain, a hard, sudden downpour that lashed against the leaded windows, and then, a few minutes later, the sound of a car engine, rough and guttural, dying in the gravel drive. The front door opened without a knock, letting in a gust of wet, cold air and the scent of decaying leaves. The man who stood there, water dripping from the hem of his worn coat, was a specter from another life. He was lean where Bentley was stout, his face weathered and etched with lines of hardship, but the family resemblance was unmistakable, a ghost of Bentley's own features reflected in a cracked mirror. Bentley's glass froze halfway to his lips. The color drained from his affable face, leaving a mask of pale wax. Ethan. The name was whispered by the house itself, a secret dragged in from the storm. Ethan said little. He accepted a towel from the silent, wide-eyed housemaid and stood by the fire, steam rising from his shoulders as he surveyed the room. His eyes, a colder, harder version of his brother-esque, scanned the faces of the guests, the nervous novelist, the bland stockbroker and his wife, the sharp-tongued widow, and finally settled on Bentley. There was no warmth in that look, only a kind of weary assessment, the gaze of a creditor finally come to call. The evening unraveled after that. The conversation became strained, punctuated by long, uncomfortable silences. The tremor in Brant's chest had solidified into a cold, hard knot of dread. He watched Eric watching everyone, his expression one of detached, academic interest, like a man studying the intricate mechanics of a trap about to spring. Ethan retired first, claiming fatigue from his journey. He was given the oak room at the end of the west wing corridor. The house settled into an uneasy quiet, the guests dispersing with hushed good nights, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavy in the hall. The scream tore through the night just after 2 a.m. It was the cook, a stout, normally unflappable woman who had found him. The door to the oak room was locked from the inside. It took Bentley and the butler, a man named Higgins with forearms like cured hams, several shoulder thrusts to splinter the frame around the old, heavy lock. Ethan lay on the Persian rug, a letter opener buried to the hilt in his throat. His eyes were open, staring at the molded plaster ceiling rose as if he had found some final, bitter answer written there. The room was a tomb, sealed and silent. The windows were latched from within, the only door now broken open from the outside. The rain had stopped, and a hard, cold moon cast a blade of light across the floor, illuminating the dark, spreading stain on the rug. The local police, when they arrived, were thorough in their clumsy way. They took statements, they dusted for fingerprints, they measured the body. The lead detective, a man named Corrigan with a face like tired dough, kept circling back to the locked door. His conclusion was a foregone conclusion, a simple, brutal syllogism. Locked room, dead man inside, therefore suicide. A tragic, messy end for a troubled soul. Brant watched Eric listen to this theory. A faint, almost cruel smile touched Eric's lips. He said nothing to Corrigan, but later, as the detective's car crunched down the drive, he turned to Brant, his eyes alight with a cold, clean fire. They call it a locked room, Brant, but that is a misnomer. A room is not a puzzle box. It is a collection of spaces, the space under the door, the keyhole, the chimney flue, the very air between the walls. A secret is not a solid thing. It is a vapor. It can seep through the smallest of cracks. And so the game began, not for justice, not for the law, but for the pure, addictive pleasure of the solution. For Eric, the world was a chaotic, messy place, but a crime scene, especially one like this, was a beautiful, broken machine. All one had to do was find the missing piece, the gear that was out of sync, and the whole terrible, elegant mechanism would whir to life. They started in the room. Eric moved through it not like an investigator, but like a dancer, his senses attuned to every detail. He did not just see the rug, he felt its dense, woolen pile, smelled the faint, coppery scent of blood now mingling with the room's base notes of beeswax and old paper. He ran a finger along the windowsill, coming away with a smudge of grime, but no sign of forced entry. He stood for a long time looking at the fireplace, a deep, stone affair with a flue large enough for a man. He questioned the servants, his tone confidential, intimate. He learned that Higgins, the butler, had served the family for 40 years, that he had been there when Ethan, the wild younger brother, had been cast out after some long-buried scandal involving a trust fund and a ruined reputation. He learned that the young housemaid, Sarah, had seen Ethan arguing with Bentley in the study after everyone else had gone to bed. Their voices were low, she said, but sharp, like knives being whetted. He learned that the novelist had been unable to sleep and had taken a walk in the moonlit garden, that the stockbroker's wife claimed to have heard footsteps in the corridor outside her room around 1, that the widow had a habit of sleeping with a vial of laudanum by her bed and remembered nothing. The facts were like scattered beads, each one polished and discreet. Eric collected them, held them in his mind, but refused to string them together just yet. He preferred the tension of the unsaid, the space between the evidence. He would pose a question to Brant as they walked the leaf-strewn paths of the estate. Why kill him here, Brant, in this fortress of a house, in a room that locks from the inside? It is a statement. It is a performance. The murderer is not just disposing of a problem. They are proving a point. They are demonstrating their own cleverness, their invulnerability, right under the nose of their audience. The family rivalries were the deep, hidden currents beneath the placid surface. Bentley's grief was a performance, all stiff upper lip and sorrowful sighs, but his eyes darted nervously whenever Eric was near. The will was mentioned, a dry document in a lawyer's office that now took on a sinister, life-and-death significance. Ethan's return was a threat not just to Bentley's peace of mind, but to his fortune, his legacy, the very structure of the life he had so carefully built. The second day bled into a second night. The house was a gilded cage, its occupants trapped with their secrets and their suspicions. The police were gone, satisfied with their simple story. Only Eric and Brant remained the unofficial custodians of the truth. The tension was a physical presence now, a cold fog that seeped under doors and coiled around ankles. The revelation did not come in a single, thunderous moment. It came in whispers, in the spaces Eric had so carefully cultivated. It was in the way Higgins averted his eyes when asked about the state of the fireplace flue. It was in a single, long, blonde hair caught on a rough-hewn stone deep inside that same flue, a hair that matched none of the female guests. It was in the memory of Sarah the housemaid, who, upon further gentle questioning, recalled that the arguing in the study had stopped not because it was over, but because a third person had entered the room. Eric assembled them all in the library as the fire crackled in the same hearth he had leaned against 2 nights before. The guests were nervous, resentful. Bentley sat in his high-backed chair, a king on a troubled throne. Eric did not accuse. He simply began to talk, his voice a low, hypnotic murmur, painting a picture of the night of the murder. He spoke of an argument that was not just about money, but about legitimacy, about a brother who was not just cast out, but erased. He spoke of a letter opener taken from the study desk not during a struggle in the oak room, but earlier as a precaution, a silent, gleaming promise. He described the footsteps in the hall, not of a stranger, but of someone familiar, someone moving with a purpose that was not their own. He turned his gaze finally to Higgins. The butler did not flinch. His face, usually a mask of impassive service, was etched with a profound and weary resignation. "He was my son," Higgins said, his voice rough, breaking the long silence. The words hung in the air, simple and devastating. Ethan was not just the disgraced brother. He was the butler's son, the product of a long-ago liaison between the previous master of Blackwater Lodge and a scullery maid. A secret kept for decades, a boy raised in the shadow of his true birthright, watching his half-brother Bentley inherit everything that should have been partly his. He came back to claim what was his, Higgins continued, his eyes on Bentley, who had shrunk into his chair. He had proof, letters. He was going to make it all public. He would have ruined you, sir, ruined the family name. "So you followed him to his room," Eric said, his voice not a question, but a quiet confirmation. "You argued. He turned his back on you, dismissing you as he had been dismissed his whole life, and you stabbed him." "I did not mean to," Higgins whispered. "It was the heat of the moment, and then I was trapped. The door was locked. I had to think." "The locked room," Eric said, turning to the assembled guests, the simplest trick of all. Higgins stabbed Ethan. In the struggle or the shock, the key fell from the lock on the inside and skittered across the floor. Higgins could not get out, but he did not need to use the door. He is a man who knows this house better than anyone. He knew the connecting flues between the bedrooms, a quirk of this old, sprawling place. He climbed into the fireplace, squeezed his aging, powerful frame up into the soot-blackened darkness, and made his way to another room, an empty guest room, where he emerged, covered in grime, to wash and dispose of his clothes before slipping back into his role as the impeccable servant. He left the key in the inside lock, creating the perfect illusion of a sealed chamber. There was no dramatic confession, no struggle. Higgins simply stood, his shoulders slumped, the formidable strength gone out of him. He had protected his master, his true family, and in doing so, he had killed his own son. The weight of that irony seemed to crush him where he stood. The police were called again. Higgins went quietly. The guests, shocked and pallid, began to pack their bags, desperate to escape the atmosphere of Gothic tragedy that had suffused the house. A week later, life at Blackwater Lodge had, on the surface, returned to its quiet rhythm. The broken door to the oak room was repaired. The blood stain on the rug was cleaned, leaving only a faint, shadowy ghost. Bentley walked the grounds, a solitary, diminished figure. The new butler, a younger man from the agency, served the tea with silent efficiency. Brant visited one last time to collect a book he had left behind. He stood in the library, the silence of the house a heavy blanket. He could still feel it, the echo of that first tremor in his chest, the premonition of the fracture that was to come. The mystery was solved, the machine understood, the game won. Yet the victory felt hollow, a solution that explained the how but could never encompass the terrible human why. He left as he had arrived, the gravel of the drive crunching under his feet. In his pocket, his hand brushed against a single, overlooked piece of the puzzle, a small, charred scrap of paper he had found caught in the drapery of the empty guest room-esque fireplace. It was a corner of a photograph, showing the face of a young, smiling woman, the scullery maid, perhaps the mother. He had not shown it to Eric. Some secrets, he thought, were meant to stay buried, their weight a part of the house's foundation, their silence the price of its continued, elegant standing against the autumn sky. The case was closed, but the house kept its own counsel, and the cold, clean air of the valley carried no answers, only the scent of coming winter. He did not look back as the car pulled away. The lodge in the rearview mirror was a postcard of tranquility, its gabled roofs and smoking chimneys a lie woven in stone and timber. The scrap of photograph in his pocket felt like a live coal, a tiny, burning piece of the truth that Eric's brilliant solution had somehow missed. Or perhaps, Brant considered, Eric had seen it and chosen to leave it undisturbed, recognizing that some truths are too corrosive to be exposed to the air. The journey back to the city was a silent one. Eric sat beside him, gazing out at the skeletal trees, his expression one of serene satisfaction. The problem had been solved. The gears of the machine had been laid bare. For him, that was the end of it. But for Brant, it was only the beginning of a deeper, more unsettling unease. Higgins' motive was a clean, sharp thing, a crime of passion, of twisted loyalty. It made a brutal sense. Yet the woman's face on that charred paper haunted him. Her smile was not that of a victim, but of someone who knew a secret. Had she been a willing participant in the affair, or another piece of property to be used and discarded? Had her son's quest for legitimacy been for her sake as much as his own? Weeks bled into months. The city reclaimed them with its grime and its noise, but the silence of Blackwater Lodge had taken root in Brant. He found himself researching the family, digging through old society pages and public records. He learned that the scullery maid, a woman named Clara, had left the lodge's employ not long after Ethan's birth and had died a few years later in a nearby town. The records listed no cause, no surviving family. He took a train to that town, a quiet, forgotten place nestled in a different valley. The local registrar was an old man with watery eyes and a fondness for gossip. Yes, he remembered the story, or his mother had. Clara Miller, pretty girl, worked up at the big house, came back home in disgrace with a baby. The family, the Bentleys, had provided a small, regular stipend. Hush money, the old man implied with a raise of his eyebrows, but then the money stopped. The official record said she died of influenza. His mother had always said she died of a broken heart. Brant visited the graveyard, a windswept plot on a hill. He found her stone, a simple, weathered slab. Next to it was a smaller, newer stone he had not expected to see. Ethan Miller. The dates aligned. Higgins, it seemed, had secretly arranged for his son to be buried beside the mother he never knew, a final, futile act of penance. As he stood there, a figure emerged from the trees at the edge of the cemetery. It was Sarah, the young housemaid from the lodge. She was wrapped in a plain coat, her face pale and determined. "I thought I might find you here," she said, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. "I saw you looking that day, when Mr. Eric was explaining it all. You had the same look you have now, like the sum didn't quite add up." "What do you know, Sarah?" Brant asked, his breath misting in the cold air. She looked at the two graves. Mr. Higgins loved her. Clara, truly he did, but the old master, he claimed his rights. Mr. Higgins stayed for her, to be near her. When she was sent away, he stayed to protect the boy from a distance. He thought if he was the perfect servant, he could shield Ethan, could maybe even get Bentley to show him some kindness. But Bentley hated Ethan for being a living reminder of his father-esque cruelty. When Ethan came back, it wasn't just about the money. He had found letters from his real father to his mother. The old master had promised her things, had talked of sending Bentley away, of making Ethan his heir. It was all lies, of course, but Ethan believed it. He thought he was coming to claim a crown. "And Higgins killed him for it," Brant said, the pieces shifting, forming a new, more terrible picture. Sarah shook her head, a sad, slow movement. No, he loved that boy like his own. He would never have harmed him. He went to the oak room to beg him to leave, to take the money Bentley had offered and disappear. He had the letter opener to threaten him, to scare him into going, but someone else was already in that room. The air grew still and cold around them. "Who, Sarah?" She met his gaze, her own eyes full of old fear. The door was unlocked when Mr. Higgins arrived. He heard voices inside. He opened it a crack and saw it was the master. Bentley. They were arguing, and Ethan, he was laughing, holding up those old letters. He said he would burn the house down with the truth. And Mr. Bentley, he was always so calm, so controlled, but he snapped. He took the letter opener from the desk, and he did it, so quick. Then he saw Mr. Higgins in the doorway. Brant felt the world tilt. Eric's beautiful machine was not just broken, it was built on a fundamental lie. Higgins took the blame, Brant finished. The realization a physical blow. He nodded. He said he was an old man and his life was over anyway. He said the family, the lodge, it was all that mattered. That Bentley was the last of the line, that some stones are too heavy to turn over for everyone's sake. He made me promise never to tell, but a secret like that it poisons the ground it's buried in. Brant looked from the maid's earnest, frightened face to the two simple graves. Eric had solved the how, and he had even found the who, but he had never questioned the why. He had accepted the butler's motive because it was neat and tragic and fit the world as he understood it. He had missed the deeper, uglier truth festering beneath, that the real murderer was the man who owned the house, the man who sat in the high-backed chair and let his loyal servant go to prison for a crime he committed to protect his inheritance and his pride. Brant walked back to the train station alone, the weight of the complete truth now his alone to carry. He could go to the police, but with what? The word of a housemaid against a powerful man, a theory based on a scrap of paper and a ghost of a story. Higgins would never recant. The case was closed. He returned to the city, to the comfortable clutter of his and Eric's rooms. Eric was playing a complex piece on the violin, the notes sharp and precise, and utterly devoid of the messy, human pain Brant now carried. He looked up as Brant entered, a smile on his face. "You have the look of a man who has been digging in the dirt, my friend. Find any more buried treasure." Brant looked at his brilliant, unseeing friend. He thought of the lodge standing firm against the sky, its foundation not just cracked, but deliberately, maliciously rotten. He thought of the cold, clean fire in Eric's eyes when the puzzle was solved. and he knew that some solutions are merely the most elegant lies. "Just some old bones, Eric," he said, his voice flat, "nothing of consequence." He went to the window and looked out at the gathering dusk, the new, heavier secret settling deep into his own bones, a tremor that would never, ever cease. The music stopped. Eric set the violin down carefully, the click of the case latch sounding like a final verdict in a quiet room. He studied Brant's back, the rigid set of his shoulders. He had seen that particular stillness before, but only in the wake of a failure, when a thread had been lost and a pattern had remained stubbornly out of reach. "This is not about old bones," Eric said, his voice losing its musical luster and becoming something harder, more analytical. "This is about the Miller woman's grave. You went to the town, didn't you?" Brant did not turn. "How did you know?" "The registrar there is a former librarian from the city," Eric replied, a touch of impatience in his tone. "He has a compulsion for tidiness and a profound dislike for loose ends. He wrote to me, concerned that an associate of mine was asking questions that could stir up old, painful memories for the remaining family. He assumed we were working in concert." "And you said nothing," Brant said, finally turning from the window. His face was a mask of weary disillusionment. "I had concluded the case," Eric stated, as if this explained everything. The mechanism was revealed. The motive, while sordid, was functionally complete. The emotional truth of a butler's misplaced loyalty and a father's tragic rage was sufficient to power the events. The specific biological paternity of the victim was, in the final calculation, a redundant gear. "A redundant gear," Brant repeated, the words tasting like ash. "Bentley murdered his own half-brother to protect his name and his fortune, and Higgins is going to hang for it. That isn't a redundant gear, Eric. That is the entire engine." Eric steepled his fingers, his gaze cool and distant. Proof, Brant, not sentiment, not a maid's whispered testimony. Higgins confessed. He provided a method that fit the facts as we found them. He has chosen his path. To expose Bentley now would require dismantling that confession, creating a public spectacle that would destroy the very institution Higgins sacrificed himself to protect. It would achieve nothing but more ruin. "So justice is a matter of clean lines and elegant solutions, is it?" Brant's voice was low and tight. "It is better that one innocent man hangs so a guilty man can maintain his comfortable lie." "Justice is a system," Eric corrected him. "It is a machine that requires certain fuels to function. We provided the fuel it required. We gave it a culprit and a confession. The machine is satisfied. What you are describing is not justice. It is chaos. It is the upsetting of an established order for the sake of a moral abstraction." Brant looked at his friend, truly looked at him, and saw not a seeker of truth, but a master craftsman of plausible narratives. Eric did not solve crimes. He assembled them into the most coherent, aesthetically pleasing shape. The human cost was an externality, a variable he had no interest in quantifying. "I see," Brant said softly. He walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out the small, charred scrap of paper. He laid it on the table between them. The young woman's smile seemed to mock them both. "Then you won't mind if I keep this," he said, "as a memento, a reminder that some puzzles are better left unsolved because the solution is uglier than the mystery." Eric's eyes flickered to the photograph, then back to Brant's face. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shrug, a dismissal of the trivial, "As you wish." That night Brant packed a single bag. He did not leave a note. There was nothing to say that the silence between them had not already screamed. As he closed the door to their shared rooms for the last time, he heard the clear, precise notes of the violin begin again, a complex and beautiful composition that had no room for the sound of a heart breaking or a lie solidifying into history. He walked out into the city, the scrap of paper burning a hole in his pocket, the weight of a complete and useless truth his only companion. The city's fog felt different now, a grimy veil that obscured without mystery, merely hiding the mundane dirt of a world that had no use for neat endings. Brant found a room in a quiet boarding house, the space small and plain, a stark contrast to the cluttered intellectualism he had left behind. He took a job as a clerk for a shipping firm, his sharp mind now bent to the task of tracking cargo manifests and scheduling dock space. The work was monotonous, a deliberate anesthetic for a soul sickened by the elegant poison of Eric's logic. He kept the scrap of photograph in a small tin box, along with a few other personal effects. He did not look at it often, but he was always aware of its presence, a quiet, persistent ember in the ashes of his former life. He thought of Sarah, the maid, and wondered if her promise to Higgins still held, or if the weight of the truth had become too much for her as well. He thought of Bentley, walking the grounds of his gilded prison, and of Higgins, waiting in a cell for the final, state-sanctioned price of his loyalty. Months turned into a year. The news of Higgins' execution was a small, grim paragraph in the back of the newspaper. Brant read it standing at his counter during his lunch break, the words blurring for a moment before he carefully folded the paper and placed it in the bin. There was no outrage left, only a hollowed-out acceptance. The machine, as Eric had called it, had completed its cycle. It was on a damp Thursday afternoon that a visitor came to the shipping office. The man was tall, dressed in a well-cut but somber black coat, his face bearing the unmistakable markers of recent grief and inherited stress. It was Bentley. Brant felt a cold stillness settle over him. He finished with the customer he was helping, then nodded for Bentley to follow him to a small, windowless room used for storing ledgers. Bentley did not offer his hand. He looked older, the boyish petulance burned away, leaving only a gaunt, weary shell. "I have been looking for you for some time," he said, his voice raspy. "Why?" Brant asked, his tone flat, offering no courtesy. "The house is sold," Bentley said, his eyes scanning the dusty shelves of ledgers as if they were the most fascinating things in the world. "The contents were auctioned. I am leaving the country. There is nothing left for me here." Brant said nothing. He waited. "I found something," Bentley continued. "In Higgins' quarters after. He had very few personal effects, but there was a small, locked box. It took me this long to find the key. Inside was a letter addressed to you." Brant's breath caught in his throat. Bentley reached into his inner coat pocket and produced a single, sealed envelope, yellowed at the edges. He held it out, his hand trembling slightly. Brant took it. The paper felt heavy, final. "He did not say he was innocent," Bentley whispered, his gaze finally meeting Brant's. He never recanted. "But he wrote this. I have not read it. I do not wish to know what it says. I am simply the messenger, a final duty." With that, Bentley turned and walked out of the storeroom, his footsteps echoing down the hall before fading away. Brant was alone with the letter. He broke the seal with a careful thumb. The handwriting was precise, the penmanship of a man who had spent a lifetime in service, forming letters with disciplined care. "Mr. Brant, if you are reading this, then the matter is concluded, and I have gone to my judgment. I know you saw more than you showed. A man who looks at the world as you do does not miss the cracks in the foundation. I saw the question in your eyes after Mr. Eric had finished his summation. You saw that my motive, while true in its affection, was insufficient for the act. I loved my son. I could no more have harmed him than I could have stopped my own heart from beating. I entered that room and I saw the master standing over him, the silver in his hand. There was no struggle. There was only a moment of perfect, terrible clarity. The master looked at me and I saw the boy I had helped raise, and I saw the monster his father had made him. He was terrified. He was also in that moment my charge, my responsibility, my failure. I made a choice not for the family name or for the house, as I told the master to secure his silence. I made it for the boy he once was, to spare him the noose, yes, but more than that, to spare him the world knowing the full measure of his cowardice and his crime. Some truths are a punishment worse than death. Let my death be the last page of this story. Let the world believe the butler's tragic passion. It is a cleaner tale. Do not burden yourself with this knowledge. You are a good man, and the world has too few of them. Let it go. Yours in final service, Alistair Higgins. Brant read the letter twice, then a third time, each word etching itself into him. Higgins had not just taken the blame, he had crafted his own motive, his own character, into a shield for the broken man he had sworn to serve. He had chosen his end not out of loyalty to an institution, but from a twisted paternal love for the murderer himself. He left the shipping office that evening, the letter in his pocket beside the tin box. He walked to the river and stood on the bridge, watching the dark water flow ceaselessly toward the sea. He thought of burning the letter, of finally letting it all go as Higgins had asked, but he could not. He understood now that Eric was both right and profoundly wrong. The machine of justice had been fed and was satisfied, but the human heart was not a machine. It was a vessel for messy, painful, illogical love, a love that could lead a man to kill and another to die for the killer. Brant did not throw the letter into the water. He turned and walked back toward his rented room, the two pieces of paper, the photograph and the confession, becoming a new, permanent weight in his pocket. The case was closed, but the story was not over. It lived on in him, a silent testament to the terrible, beautiful complexity that his brilliant friend could never understand. And he knew with a certainty that was both sorrow and purpose that he would carry it for the rest of his days. The following week, a plain, unstamped envelope arrived at his boarding house. Inside was a key and a small, hand-drawn map leading to a storage locker in a part of the city the trains no longer served. Brant knew without a doubt who had sent it. It was not an apology. It was an artifact, another piece of the puzzle Eric had officially declared complete. The locker was in a damp, brick-walled cellar that smelled of coal dust and old wood. Inside was a single item, the oak filing cabinet from Higgins' pantry, the one Eric had so meticulously examined. A note was taped to the top drawer, written in the familiar, precise script. The mechanism is revealed. The redundant gears are of no use to me. Perhaps they are of use to you. Brant pulled open the drawers. They were not empty. Eric had taken only what he needed to build his solution, the financial records, the dated letters. What remained was the rest of a life. There were faded photographs of a young Clara Miller, not just the one that had been burned. There were clumsy childhood drawings signed Ethan in a boy's unpracticed hand, saved for decades. And there at the very back of the bottom drawer was a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, the paper brittle and thin. They were not from the old master to Clara. They were from Higgins to her, written after she was sent away. They were full of a quiet, desperate love, updates on the growth of their son, and promises of a future that never came. The final letter was dated the week of Ethan's return. Higgins had written of his fear, his plan to confront the boy and beg him to take the money and build a life far from the lodge's shadow. Brant sat on the cold stone floor of the cellar and read every word. This was not the fuel for a machine. This was the evidence of a heart. Higgins had given Eric the pieces he wanted, the jealousy, the rage knowing the brilliant man would assemble them into a truth that was functional if not complete. He had hidden the deeper, more complicated truth, the one that spoke of a love strong enough to accept a lifetime of servitude and a death of deliberate sacrifice. He did not take the filing cabinet. He carefully retied the letters and placed them back in the drawer, then locked the cabinet and left the key in the locker. He did not need the physical proof. The weight he carried was no longer the burden of a secret to be exposed, but the responsibility of a story to be remembered in its full, tragic dimension. He walked back into the smoky daylight, the ghost of a butler's love, a quiet companion beside him, a more truthful and lasting memorial than any headstone could ever be. The city seemed to shrink after that, its grand mysteries reduced to the simple, stark truths he now carried. Brant continued his work at the shipping firm, but the ledgers and manifests no longer felt like an anesthetic. They were a foundation, a world of tangible, accountable things where a number was just a number and a promise was kept in ink and action. He began to take long walks in the evenings, not to escape his thoughts, but to order them. He found himself drawn to the quieter parks, where nannies pushed prams and old men fed the pigeons. He watched the ordinary dramas of life unfold, the small loyalties and minor betrayals that were the true stuff of the world, so different from the grand, gothic tragedies of the lodge. He thought of Eric often, wondering if his friend ever felt the absence of the counterweight Brant had provided, if the perfect, sterile clarity of his solutions had begun to feel, in some small way, incomplete. One afternoon he saw a familiar figure standing at the end of the dock, watching a steamer being loaded. It was Bentley, his coat collar turned up against the wind. He was leaving, just as he had said he would. Their eyes met across the bustle of crates and shouting men. There was no wave, no nod of acknowledgement. It was merely a moment of shared, silent knowledge. Then Bentley turned and walked up the gangplank, disappearing into the ship's dark interior. Brant felt no satisfaction, only the closing of a final, heavy door. That night he took out the tin box. He laid Higgins' letter and the charred photograph side by side on his small table. He did not read the letter again. He knew its words by heart. He was not looking for answers, but for a way to live with them. The butler's final act had not been one of blind loyalty to a family, but of profound, flawed love for a broken boy and the memory of a woman. It was a choice Brant could not have made, but he could, at last, respect its terrible integrity. He realized then that his purpose was not to correct the official record, to shout the truth into a world that did not want to hear it. His purpose was to be its keeper. He was the one who knew that the story in the newspapers was a lie, and that the truth was more complex and more human than any headline could capture. In a world that valued Eric's clean lines, Brant would be the guardian of the messy, painful, beautiful shadows. He closed the tin box and placed it back in his drawer, the weight inside it now familiar, a part of his own foundation. The tremor had not ceased, but he had learned to stand steady upon it. The seasons turned, and the sharp edges of the memory began to soften, not from forgetting, but from the slow, patient work of integration. Brant's life settled into a rhythm that was his own. He received no more letters, no more keys. The silence from his old life was absolute, and he found he preferred it that way. The past was a country he had left, and he had no desire to return, even as a tourist. He was promoted at the shipping firm, his natural aptitude for patterns and logistics finally being applied to something that built rather than deconstructed. He managed schedules, coordinated crews, and ensured that promises made in offices were kept on the rolling decks of ships. It was honest work. One evening he found himself in a modest pub near the docks, sharing a meal with a few of the longshoremen. The conversation was loud and simple, revolving around football, the price of beer, and the peculiarities of various ship captains. It was a world away from the hushed, fire-lit discussions of his former life. As he laughed at a particularly outlandish story, he felt a sudden, profound sense of peace. He was not an observer here, not a man peering into the dark engines of human motive. He was just a man among men. Later, walking home under a clear, star-dusted sky, he understood the final, quiet lesson of the whole affair. Eric had been right about one thing: the world needed its machines. It needed systems of justice and commerce to function. But it also needed the clerks, the longshoremen, the keepers of quiet truths. It needed those who understood that for every clean, logical solution, there was a tangled, human root that could never be fully unearthed without causing more damage. He reached his room and stood for a moment at the window, looking out at the sleeping city. Somewhere out there, Eric was likely bent over a new puzzle, fitting pieces into a flawless, airless whole. And somewhere, Bentley was living with his ghost in a new land, and Higgins was at peace. Brant did not open the drawer that held the tin box. He did not need to. The story was not a weight anymore. It was a part of his bones, the quiet, sturdy foundation upon which he had built a different, quieter life. He had left one room and found a whole world, and in the end that was the only solution that mattered. He blew out the lamp and went to bed, the city's distant hum a lullaby of present, uncomplicated life. The hum of the city was a constant, a sound so different from the isolated silence of the lodge. It was a sound of life continuing, of thousands of stories unfolding simultaneously, none of them requiring his intervention. He learned to sleep through it, to let its collective murmur wash over him without the need to decipher its individual components. Years later, a small, brown-wrapped package arrived at his office. It contained no note, only a book. It was a slender volume bound in dark blue cloth, its title embossed in simple silver letters on the anatomy of certainty. The author was listed as the prose was dense, brilliant, and utterly cold, a systematic dismantling of the very concept of truth, arguing that what society called truth was merely the most functionally useful narrative. It was a work of pure, uncompromising logic. Brant read it in a single sitting, and when he was done, he placed it on a high shelf, not in anger, but with a sense of finality. It was Eric's last, wordless argument in their long, silent debate. He never saw or heard from any of them again. He lived a long life, a life of small dignities and quiet accomplishments. He married a kind-eyed widow who ran a small bookshop, and he found a deep, abiding happiness in its simple, predictable rhythms. He never spoke of the lodge, or the butler, or the brilliant, broken friend he had once known. When he was an old man, clearing out his possessions for a move to a smaller home, he came across the tin box. His wife, noticing his hesitation, asked if it contained something painful. He considered the box, its metal cool and familiar in his hands. "No," he said, and his voice was calm, certain. "Not painful, just a reminder." "Of what?" she asked. He thought of the clean, brutal logic of Eric's book and the messy, loving sacrifice in Higgins's letter. He thought of the weight he had carried and how it had, over a lifetime, become not a burden, but a part of his own strength. "That some truths are not for solving," he said, taking her hand. "They are for carrying." He placed the unopened box into a larger crate of things to be stored away, and turned his attention back to the sunlit room, and the woman he loved, and the simple, undeniable truth of the present moment. The crate was sealed and taken to the attic of their new, smaller house. It sat between a box of his wife's old ledgers from the bookshop and a case of his own faded maritime charts. He did not forget it, but its presence was like that of a foundation stone, buried deep and essential, but never needing to be seen again. His life was full of more immediate things: his wife's laughter, the scent of her tea, the quiet satisfaction of a garden that was finally beginning to thrive. He passed away peacefully one autumn afternoon, dozing off in his favorite chair with a book open on his lap. His wife, though grieving, was a practical woman. She sorted through his things with a gentle efficiency, donating clothes, organizing papers, and eventually facing the task of the attic. When she came to the crate, she remembered his words. She pried the lid open and saw the tin box nestled inside. She lifted it out, feeling its slight weight. For a long moment she held it, her curiosity warring with her respect for his privacy. He had said it was a reminder, not a secret. With careful hands she opened it. She saw the charred corner of a photograph in the folded, yellowed letter. She read the letter first, her eyes widening slightly. Then she looked at the photograph, at the young woman's hopeful face. She did not know the names, but she understood the story. It was a story of love and sacrifice, of a truth too heavy for the world. She understood then what he had meant about carrying it. She folded the letter back into its precise creases, closed the lid of the tin box, and did not open it again. She kept it, placing it on the top shelf of her own wardrobe, beside a bundle of his old letters to her. It became part of the quiet history of their home, another artifact of a life fully lived. And when her own time came, the box, along with all the other accumulated fragments of their shared existence, passed quietly into the hands of strangers, its specific story lost forever, but its essence the weight of a carried truth having already done its work, having shaped a good man and through him a good life. She never told anyone what she had read. It was not her story to tell, and she had long ago learned the value of some silences. The world continued to turn on its axis. oblivious to the small, tin-box truth that had once shaken a man's soul and then in time steadied it. The city outside her window changed, grew taller and louder, but inside the quiet house the past rested not as a ghost but as a settled fact, a single thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of lives lived and ended. And in the end, that was all any story could ever hope to be. The bookshop was sold and the house was empty. The new owners were a young couple with bright eyes and modern furniture. They cleared the attic, and the crate, along with the tin box, was taken to the city dump. It landed atop a mound of other forgotten things, the metal lid glinting dully in the afternoon sun. A light rain began to fall, and the water seeped into the seams of the box, slowly blurring the ink on the letter inside until the words were nothing more than gray smudges on dissolving paper. The photograph of Clara Miller softened into a vague, creamy smear. The physical evidence of the story was returning to the earth. But the story itself had already escaped. It had lived its full life inside Brant, shaping his choices and his character. It had been passed wordlessly to his wife, who had understood its weight and its lesson. And now, freed from its last physical anchor, it simply became part of the air, a silent, invisible testament to the fact that the most important histories are not the ones written in books, but the ones carried quietly and faithfully in the human heart. The rain fell harder and the tin box was buried, its purpose complete. The rain fell for 2 days, washing the city clean. On the 3rd day, a scavenger picking through the dump found the tin box, its latch rusted shut. He pried it open with a dirty fingernail, hoping for coins or a trinket. He found only a lump of pulpy, unreadable paper and a photograph ruined into an anonymous blur. He cursed his luck and tossed the box aside. It skittered down the mound of trash and came to rest in a puddle, where it would eventually be crushed under the weight of new refuse, forgotten for a second and final time. Miles away in a quiet study, an old woman, the daughter of the young couple who had bought Brant's house, was sorting through a box of her mother's things. She found a small, leather-bound journal she had never seen before. Tucked into its pages was a single, unlabeled photograph of a serious-looking young man with kind eyes standing on a city street. She did not recognize him, but something in his expression made her pause. She almost threw it away, but instead she slipped it back into the journal and placed the book on her shelf. It was a mystery, but not one that demanded solving. It was just a face, a fragment of a story she would never know, and she was content to let it be. The journal sat on the shelf for years, a quiet neighbor to books of poetry and history. The woman would sometimes see it and wonder idly about the young man in the photograph. She invented small, harmless stories for him, a clerk, a teacher, a traveler far from home. She never imagined the truth, the dark, gothic backdrop of his past, or the weight of the secret he had kept. To her, he was just a man, frozen in a single moment of time, his story simplified into a single, gentle expression. This was the legacy Brant had unknowingly created, not a grand revelation, but a quiet echo. The specific facts of Higgins' sacrifice and Eric's brilliant, cold solution were gone, erased by rain and time. But the essence of the story, its core lesson about the weight of truth and the dignity of carrying it, had filtered down, generation to generation, in the form of a man's character. It lived on in the woman's instinct to preserve rather than discard, to accept mystery rather than demand answers. One spring, while cleaning, she took the journal down and the photograph fluttered out. Her young son picked it up from the floor. "Who's this, Mama?" he asked, his small finger tracing the man's face. "I don't know, my love," she said, "just someone from a long time ago." The boy studied the picture for a moment longer, then handed it back. "He looks nice," he said, before running off to play. She smiled, slipping the photograph back into the journal. He was right. The man did look nice. And in the end, for that particular strand of the story, that was the only truth that needed to remain. Story 5. The faucet in the corner of the kitchen dripped, not a frantic, desperate tapping, but a slow, metronomic beat. One drop, a pause long enough to make you believe it had stopped, then another. It was the kind of sound you could ignore for hours until, suddenly, you couldn't tell it was the only sound in the apartment now, a tiny, liquid heartbeat in the silence left behind. Lewis had been staring at the same paragraph in a corporate report for 20 minutes, the words swimming into a gray slurry. The drip was a needle sewing the quiet shut around him. He became aware of other things. The faint, greasy smell of a meal cooked 2 days ago, something with onions and cheap oil, still clinging to the upholstery. The way the cheap laminate of the table felt cool and slightly sticky under his wrists. The oppressive weight of the air, thick with the staleness of a life lived in small, predictable circles. He looked up. Across the room, Kathleen was watching him. She wasn't speaking. She rarely did anymore, not with words that mattered. Her silence was a different kind of noise, a high-frequency hum of disappointment that was far louder than any drip. He pushed his chair back, the legs scraping against the linoleum with a sound like a gasp. "I am going for a walk," he said, to no one in particular. Kathleen didn't respond. She just turned her head slowly, a queen dismissing a servant, and looked out the window at the brick wall of the adjacent building. The drip continued. 1, pause, 2. The walk turned into a trudge to the subway, and the subway ride turned into a longer, more aimless journey. He found himself at the grand, echoing Central Station, a cathedral of travel and transience. The air here was different, smelling of diesel, damp concrete, and the faint, sweet perfume of 1,000 passing strangers. He bought a ticket for a northbound train on a whim, a destination he had no business visiting. He needed motion. He needed to be somewhere that wasn't the apartment with its dripping faucet and its suffocating silence. The train car was half empty, a dim capsule hurtling through the deepening twilight. Lewis took a seat by a window, watching his own ghostly reflection superimpose itself over the fleeting backyards and industrial graveyards of the city's edge. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks was a faster, more purposeful version of the drip in his kitchen. It was hypnotic. He must have closed his eyes for a moment, because when he opened them, a man was sitting across from him. He hadn't heard him approach. The man, Clark, was just there. He was lying, dressed in a dark, well-cut coat that seemed too elegant for the grimy train. His hair was the color of dark sand, and his hands, resting on his knees, were perfectly still. But his eyes were a different story. They were a pale, watery blue, and they moved constantly, taking in Lewis, the empty seats, the darkened window, with a quick, avian curiosity. "Traveling far?" Clark asked. His voice was pleasant, a smooth baritone that matched the coat. "Not sure," Lewis said, the truth escaping before he could fashion a lie. Clark smiled, a thin, knowing curve of his lips. The best kind of journey, the unresolved one. They fell into a silence that was not uncomfortable but charged. Clark's presence was a subtle pressure change in the air of the car. He didn't fidget, he simply existed, a still point in the rushing world. After a few miles he spoke again, his voice low, confidential, as if sharing a secret the rest of the train wasn't privileged to hear. "I have a theory," Clark said, his gaze fixed on Lewis, "about problems. Everyone has one. A single, gnawing problem that ruins everything else. It's like a crack in a foundation. You can paint the walls, hang new pictures, but the house is still sinking." Lewis said nothing. He thought of the drip. He thought of Kathleen's silence. "The trouble is," Clark continued, "we ray too close to our own problems. We ray mired in the emotional quicksand. The connections, the history, it makes action impossible. It creates hesitation." He leaned forward slightly. The train lights flickered as they passed through a switch, but a stranger has no such baggage. A stranger is a clean instrument, a surgical strike. "What are you talking about?" Lewis asked, his own voice sounding thin and reedy. "An exchange," Clark whispered. The word hung in the air between them, coiling like smoke. "You have a problem, I have a problem. I remove yours, you remove mine. No connection, no motive. The perfect, unsolvable crime. The police, you see, they look for links. Hatred, love, money. But there is no link between you and my problem, or between me and yours. Just two strangers on a train who helped each other clean the slate." Lewis felt a coldness seep into his gut, a a feeling entirely separate from the damp chill of the train car. It was the cold of a door opening into a room he had never dared to imagine. That's insane. Is it, Clark asked, his head tilting, or is it the most logical thing in the world? We are all trapped in cages of our own making. I am just offering a key. Think about it. What is the one thing, the one person, that stands between you and a breath of fresh air? And Lewis did think. He thought of coming home to a silent apartment for the rest of his life. He thought of the slow, grinding erosion of his spirit. He thought of Kathleen S.'s face, not as it was now, cold and closed, but as it had been years ago, laughing in a park. The memory was so sharp it was painful. The contrast was a murder in itself. He didn't say her name. He didn't have to. Clark saw the answer in the slight slump of his shoulders, in the way his eyes lost focus, looking inward at his own private hell. His name is Enzo, Clark said softly, my father. He lives at 22 North M Drive, a little bungalow with a green door and a rose bush he is inordinately proud of. He is a large man. He likes to watch television loudly. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. precisely. He has a bad heart. It wouldn't be a surprise if he passed in his sleep. Lewis listened. The address, the details, they settled in his mind like stones. 22 North M Drive, green door, roses, 10 p.m. I can Lewis breathed, but the protest was a formality, a whisper for the sake of his own conscience. Of course you can, Clark said, his voice hypnotic, reasonable. It is not about violence. It is about correction, an adjustment to a flawed equation. You do this for me and I will handle your problem, permanently. And then we go our separate ways. We never see each other again. We become ghosts in each other's past. The train began to slow for a station. Clark stood up, smooth and effortless. He placed a small, folded square of paper on the seat beside Lewis. A picture of Enzo, so you know who to look for. Dante, contact me. I'll know when it is done. And then I will take care of everything on my end. You have my word. He moved down the aisle and was gone, swallowed by the shadows of the platform before Lewis could form another word. The train lurched forward again. Lewis sat paralyzed, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels now sounding like a countdown. After a long time, he picked up the folded paper. It was a photograph, slightly grainy, an older man with a stern, uncompromising face and thick, strong hands. Enzo. He looked directly at the camera, his expression one of impatient authority. Lewis got off at the next stop and took a train back the way he had come. The return journey was a blur. The city outside the window was no longer a place of possibility, but a grid of hidden threats and secret pacts. When he let himself back into the apartment, it was late. The drip was still there. One paused, too. Kathleen was asleep on the couch, a magazine splayed on her chest. He stood over her for a moment, watching the slow, steady rise and fall of her breathing. He felt nothing. It was as if Clark's proposal had scooped out all his emotion, leaving him hollow and clean. He did not sleep. He spent the night researching heart failure, silent and deadly. He looked at a map. North M Drive was a quiet, tree-lined street in a sleepy neighborhood far from his own. It felt like planning a business trip. The moral weight of it was immense, yet distant, like a storm on the horizon. Days bled into a week. Lewis moved through his life like an automaton. He went to work, he came home, he listened to the drip. The photograph of Enzo was tucked into a book on his shelf, a secret tumor growing amidst the bland prose. Clark's promise was a key, yes, but it was also a cage. He was trapped by the possibility. Then on a Tuesday, he did it. He called in sick, drove a rented car to the edge of the city, and walked down North M Drive as the evening light faded. The bungalow was exactly as described. Green door, rose bushes, their blossoms like drops of blood in the twilight. He saw the large shape of Enzo moving behind the thin curtains, a shadow puppet in a domestic play. Lewis's heart was a frantic bird in his chest. He waited in the shadows of a large oak tree across the street, the scent of damp earth and roses filling his nostrils. At 10 o'clock, the lights in the front room went out. A single light glowed from a back bedroom, then that too was extinguished. He waited another hour until the neighborhood was still and dark. He crossed the street, his footsteps silent on the soft grass. The back door was unlocked. Clark had said it would be. The air inside was warm and smelled of cooked meat and old man. Lewis could hear the ragged, heavy sound of snoring from the back room. He moved through the darkness, guided by the sound, his own breathing shallow. He found Enzo asleep in a large bed, his mouth open, his face slack in the moonlight filtering through the window. Lewis stood over him. He had brought no weapon. Clark had been clear. It had to look natural. A pillow, his hands, something quiet. He reached out, his fingers hovering over the pillow. Enzo snorted in his sleep, and Lewis froze, his blood turning to ice. He could see the man's face clearly now, the lines of a hard life etched deep. This was not a problem. This was a person. A wave of nausea washed over him. He couldn't do it. He was not a killer. He was a man with a disappointing wife and a dripping faucet. He backed away, his legs trembling, and fled the house, the street, the entire neighborhood, the taste of cowardice and failure sharp and metallic in his mouth. He expected a call, a threat, something, but days passed and nothing happened. The silence from Clark was more terrifying than any confrontation. Lewis started to believe he had dreamed the whole encounter, that the stress of his life had conjured a phantom on a train. He began to relax. The pact was broken. He was free. And then on a cool, clear Thursday morning, 2 police detectives were waiting for him outside his office building. They were polite, their faces neutral masks. They asked him to come down to the station to answer a few questions. His wife, Kathleen, was dead, found in the apartment. An apparent burglary gone wrong, they said. A terrible, tragic thing. Lewis felt the world tilt. He answered their questions in a daze. Yes, he had been at work. Yes, he had argued with her recently, marital problems. No, he didn't know anyone who would want to hurt her. The questions were sharp, probing needles. They knew about the state of his marriage. They knew about the silence. They found the rented car agreement in his name for the day he had gone to North End Drive. They had a witness who thought they saw a man of his description in that neighborhood that evening. Clark had done it. He had held up his end of the bargain, but he had not just killed Kathleen. He had meticulously framed Lewis for it. The pact was not a mutual agreement. It was a trap. Lewis was not a partner. He was a patsy. The investigation was a slow, grinding mill. Lewis's life was taken apart piece by piece. His alibi was weak. His motive was obvious. The trip to North End Drive was inexplicable, a secret errand that reeked of premeditation for something. He tried to tell his lawyer about Clark, about the train, about the pact. It sounded like the desperate, rambling fiction of a guilty man. There was no record of Clark. No one else on the train remembered him. He was a ghost. In the depths of his despair, a woman reached out to him. Lysette was a friend of a friend, a quiet, kind-faced woman who worked as a librarian. She believed him when he said he was innocent. She brought him books. She listened to his story without judgment, her presence a small, warm light in the cold, sterile visiting room. She became his sole tether to the world of the living, a stark contrast to the crushing weight of the past that Kathleen and now Clark represented. He was released on bail, the evidence against him largely circumstantial but damning. The trial loomed. One evening, sitting with Lysette in a quiet corner of a public park, he broke down. He told her everything. The train, Clark, and Zoe, his own failed attempt. He expected her to recoil in horror. Instead, she took his hand. Her fingers were cool and steady. "This Clark," she said, her voice low and thoughtful. "He knew everything. Your movements, your rental car. He set you up from the very beginning. But why? Why you?" "I don't know," Lewis whispered, the weight of his helplessness crushing him. "The father," Lysette said, "and Zoe, he's the key. Clark didn't he want you to kill him. He wanted you to be seen. He wanted to tie you to that location, to create a pattern of strange behavior. But why involve his own father at all?" A terrible, cold clarity began to dawn on Lewis. Unless he wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, get rid of his father and have a perfect fall guy for another crime. But I didn't kill Enzo. Lysette's eyes widened. No, but what if someone else did? They drove to North End Drive that night. The bungalow was dark, the green door looking black in the moonlight. The rose bushes were overgrown, thorny and wild. They found a side window unlatched. The air inside was cold and still, and it smelled not of an old man's life, but of dust and abandonment. In the bedroom, the bed was stripped bare. The house was empty. "He has gone," Louis said, his voice echoing in the hollow space. "Or he was never here," Lisette replied, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Not after that night." The beam caught something on the floor near the bed, partly tucked under the frayed edge of a rug, a small brass key. It was unremarkable, but it felt out of place. Louis picked it up. It was cold and heavy in his palm. It took them a week to find the lock it fit. A storage unit on the industrial edge of the city, rented under a company name that traced back to a shell corporation. Louis's hands were shaking as he turned the key. The metal door rolled up with a groan, revealing not furniture but a shrine. One wall was covered in photographs of Louis leaving his office, Louis shopping for groceries, Louis sitting in his car, his head in his hands. There were dozens of them, taken over months, perhaps years. He had been a target long before the train. In the center of the room was a single chair, and on the chair sat Enzo, or what was left of him. He was propped up, his stern face now a waxy mask, his hands folded in his lap. He had been dead for a very long time. Louis stumbled back, a cry caught in his throat. This was the final, horrifying piece of the puzzle. Clark had killed his father long ago. He had kept the body, and he had been waiting patiently for the perfect stranger to frame for a different murder, using his own father's corpse as the ultimate piece of false evidence. The pact was never about mutual benefit. It was about finding a soul so hollowed out by misery that it would willingly walk into a labyrinth of someone else's design. The police found them there, standing frozen in the doorway of the unit. The case against Louis for Kathleen's murder collapsed. The investigation turned to the hunt for Clark, a phantom who vanished as completely as he had appeared. Louis was free. The legal system had exonerated him. He moved into a new apartment, a clean, modern space with silent plumbing. Lisette was often there, her presence a balm. They never spoke of Clark or Kathleen or the storage unit. They tried to build a normal life from the ashes of the old one. But freedom is a relative term. Louis would sometimes find himself standing perfectly still in the middle of a room, listening. The world was full of tiny, repetitive sounds. The hum of a refrigerator, the tick of a clock, the rustle of a tree branch against a window. And sometimes, in the dead of night, he would wake from a dream of a moving train, convinced he could hear it, the sound clear and unmistakable beneath all the others. A slow, patient, metronomic beat. One drop. A pause long enough to make you believe it had stopped. Then another. And from a distance unseen, a voice that is not quite a voice, more a collection of data points and observed phenomena, concludes the record. It notes the man Louis, now living a life of quiet routine. It notes the woman Lisette, whose loyalty never wavered. It notes the official closure of 2 case files, one for Kathleen, one for Enzo, both marked solved, though the full truth is a shadow that no report could ever capture. The entity observes the lingering paranoia, the way Louis still checks the locks twice, 3 times, the way he flinches at the sound of a train whistle. It observes that the greatest prisons are not made of steel and concrete, but of memory and fear, and that Louis, though walking free, remains a permanent resident of the one Clark built for him on a train rushing through the darkness. The file is closed, but the story, like a faint, persistent echo, never truly ends. The new apartment was on the 15th floor. Louis liked the height. It felt like a fortress, a remove from the street-level world where anyone could be watching. He kept the blinds drawn, not out of fear of being seen, but because the open sky felt too exposed, too vast. Lisette brought him a potted fern, something to care for, she said. Its quiet, green presence was a small anchor. He tried to go back to work, but the rhythm was gone. His colleagues treated him with a careful, distant politeness. He was the man who had been accused, the man whose wife was murdered, a story. He quit after 2 weeks, living off savings he'd once thought were for a future with children, a vacation home, a life that was now an impossibility. Lisette was his only constant. They cooked meals together in the sterile new kitchen, the silence between them comfortable, filled with the mundane sounds of chopping and sizzling. They did not touch often, but when they did, it was with a gentleness that felt like a pardon. One evening, she was looking through a box of his old books, the ones the police had returned. She pulled out the volume where he had hidden the photograph of Enzo. The photo was gone, of course, seized as evidence, but the memory of its placement was a stain on the pages. "Do you ever wonder who he really was?" she asked, her voice soft. "Clark, I mean." All the time, Lewis said. He was staring at the blank television screen, seeing instead the grainy image of Enzo's face. "I think he was a collector, not of things, but of broken people. He found me, studied me, and knew I was the right specimen, the right amount of despair." "He was more than that," Lysette said, closing the book. "He was an architect. He didn't just use his father's body. He used his father's entire life, his house, his habits, as a set piece. He used your marriage. He used the train. He built a whole world just to trap you in it." Lewis nodded slowly. The scope of it was what kept him awake, the patience. The profound, chilling emptiness required to live with a corpse as a prop, to meticulously photograph a stranger for months, all for a plan with no guarantee of success. Clark hadn't just wanted to kill Kathleen and frame Lewis. He had wanted to prove a point, that a man's soul could be so easily hollowed out and repurposed. Weeks turned into a month. The police investigation into Clark's identity hit a wall. The Shell Corporation led nowhere. The storage unit had been paid for with untraceable cash. He was a ghost in the system, a name without a history. The detectives assured Lewis they were still looking, but their visits became less frequent, their tone more resigned. Life, for everyone else, was moving on. One afternoon, a plain manila envelope arrived in Lewis's mailbox. There was no return address, no postmark. It was as if it had simply materialized there. His heart hammered against his ribs as he took it upstairs, his hands slick with a cold sweat. He locked the door, double-checking the deadbolt. He sat at the kitchen table, the envelope lying before him like a threat. It wasn't thick. He used a knife to slit it open, his movements careful, precise. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was not a letter. It was a receipt, a carbon copy, faded and smudged, from a motel called the Starlight Inn, dated the day after Kathleen's murder. The room was paid in cash. And in the section for the license plate, neatly printed, was the number of the car Lewis had rented to drive to Northam Drive. It was a final, perfect stitch in the fabric of the frame. Clark had been there in that motel room the night after he had killed Kathleen. He had used Lewis's rental car information, knowing it would one day be discovered, creating an unbreakable link that placed Lewis at the scene of his own wife's murder if the original frame had needed bolstering. It was a message, a trophy. It said, "I am still here. I am still in control. I could have put this in the right hands at any time and sent you away for life." Lewis didn't call the police. He burned the receipt in the kitchen sink, watching the paper blacken and curl into fragile ash, which he then washed down the drain. Telling them would only pull him back into the nightmare, and it would prove nothing. It would just be another crazy story from the man who was once accused. That night he finally told Lysette he loved her. The words came out choked, raw, not with passion, but with a desperate, profound need for something real to hold on to. She held him and he wept, great, shuddering sobs that felt like they were tearing something loose inside his chest. She understood the receipt was a ghost, and that some ghosts could not be exorcised, only lived with. He started seeing a therapist. He began taking long walks during the day, forcing himself to be in the world. He and Lysette planted a small herb garden on the balcony. Life began to assume a new shape, a quieter, more cautious one, built in the long shadow of the past. But in moments of quiet, the feeling would return, the feeling of being a character in a story written by someone else. Clark was out there, perhaps on another train, perhaps finding another Lewis, another soul cracked open by quiet desperation. And Lewis knew, with a certainty that was as deep and cold as the ocean, that the story was not over. It was simply waiting for its next page to be turned. The drip was still there, not in his pipes, but in the fabric of his reality, a slow, patient leak of dread that no plumber in the world could ever fix. The herbs on the balcony thrived. Basil, rosemary, thyme. Louis found a strange comfort in their pungent smells, in the simple, tangible fact of their growth. He was learning to cook, following recipes with a focused intensity that left no room for other thoughts. Lysette would watch him, a small, soft smile on her face, and in those moments the shadow felt almost bearable. They decided to take a trip, a short one, just a few days, to a lakeside cabin a few hours north. It was Lysette's idea, a way to break the pattern, to create a new memory in a place untouched by the past. The drive was quiet, the landscape shifting from city to rolling hills to dense pine forests. Louis kept his eyes on the road, his hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel, a habit from a life that now felt like it belonged to someone else. The cabin was small and rustic, perched on the edge of a vast, still lake. The air smelled of pine needles and wet earth. For the first 24 hours, Louis felt a tension he hadn't known he was carrying begin to uncoil. They read books on the dock. They swam in the cold, clear water. They made a fire in the stone fireplace and did not speak of anything that had happened. On their second night, a storm rolled in. The wind howled through the pines and rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered, then died, plunging the cabin into darkness broken only by the fire's erratic glow. Louis lit the oil lamp they had found in a cupboard, its warm light pushing back the oppressive black outside. He was pouring a glass of water in the small kitchen when he saw it. Tucked behind the salt and pepper shakers on a high shelf was a small, carved wooden bird, a robin, its head cocked. It was an innocent thing, a piece of generic cabin decor, but Louis knew with a sudden and absolute certainty that it was not. The style was identical to a carving Clark had been whittling on the train, the sharp, clean lines, the peculiar intensity in the bird's gaze. His glass slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet cabin. Lysette rushed in, her face etched with concern in the lamplight. He couldn't speak. He just pointed a trembling finger at the shelf. She understood immediately. Her face paled. It could be a coincidence, she whispered, but the hope in her voice was thin and brittle. Louis shook his head, a violent, jerky motion. There were no coincidences, not with Clark. The cabin, the trip, the storm, it was all part of the design. He had led them here to this isolated place to show them that his reach was infinite, that Louis's freedom was an illusion granted for his amusement. Louis began to pace, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The walls of the cabin, which had felt like a sanctuary hours before, now felt like the walls of a cell. The storm outside was no longer just weather, it was the sound of the trap closing. Clark was out there, right now in the darkness, watching the lamplit windows. He was always watching. Lysette tried to calm him, to reason with him, but he was beyond reason. He was back in the labyrinth, and the walls were moving. He grabbed the oil lamp and began a frantic, methodical search of the cabin, looking for more signs, for a note, for anything. He pulled books from shelves, opened every drawer, his movements becoming more and more frantic. In the bedroom under the bed he found it, not a note, a book, a slim volume of poetry he had never seen before. He opened it. Inside the front cover, in a handwriting he recognized from the motel receipt, was a single line, inscribed in neat black ink. "I hope you are enjoying the quiet." Louis dropped the book as if it had burned him. He backed away until he hit the wall, then slid down to the floor, pulling his knees to his chest. The frantic bird was back in his chest, beating itself to death against his ribs. Lysette came in and saw him there, saw the book on the floor. She read the inscription and her hand flew to her mouth. She sat beside him on the floor, not touching him, just sharing the space of his terror. The wind screamed around the cabin. The fire sputtered in the next room. "He is not going to kill me," Louis said, his voice a hollow rasp. "That is not the point." Lysette remained silent, waiting. "The point is that I will never be free. The point is that I will always be listening. I will always be waiting." He built the cage, and I will live in it until I die. That was the pact. That was the real pact. He looked at her, his eyes wide and hopeless in the lamplight. You should leave. You can be in here with me. Lysette looked from his broken face to the cruel inscription in the book, then out the window at the raging, impenetrable night. She shook her head, a slow, determined movement. No, she said, her voice quiet but firm. That's what he wants, for you to be alone in this. I am not leaving. She reached out and took his hand. Her grip was strong, anchoring him to the solid floor, to the reality of her presence in that moment. The storm would pass, the morning would come, but they both knew as they sat together on the floor in the circle of lamplight that the real storm, the one inside Louis, was permanent, and the only thing left to do was to learn how to live within its endless, patient reign. The morning came, brittle and bright. The storm had washed the world clean, leaving the air sharp and the pine needles glittering. They packed the car in a silence that was heavy with unspoken thoughts. Louis's hands were steady as he loaded their bags, but his eyes were constantly moving, scanning the tree line, the road, the other cabins dotting the shoreline, all of which now seemed like potential observation posts. He didn't mention the book or the bird to the cabin's owner, a jovial man who came to check on them after the power returned. What would he say? He could already imagine the polite, confused smile, the dismissal. Louis simply handed over the keys and got in the car. Lysette navigated, her voice calm and even, as if they were any couple returning from a weekend getaway. The drive back was a study in tension. Every truck that followed them for too long, every car that passed and then slowed, was a potential threat. Louis's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. He kept checking the rear-view mirror, expecting to see a familiar face, a knowing smile, but there was only the anonymous traffic of a Sunday afternoon. When they reached his apartment building, he insisted on checking the entire place before Lysette came inside. He moved from room to room, his heart a frantic drum, expecting to find another message, another carefully placed token. He found nothing. The apartment was exactly as they had left it. The fern was healthy. The herbs on the balcony swayed in the breeze. The normalcy of it was somehow the most frightening thing of all. It proved that Clark's influence was not dependent on physical intrusion. It was a psychological stain that could not be cleaned. That night, Louis did not sleep. He sat in the living room in the dark, listening. The city's hum was a symphony of possible threats. A siren was a warning. A distant shout was a signal. The drip was back, not as a sound, but as a rhythm in his blood. One beat of fear, a pause, then another. He realized that Clark's final masterpiece was not the frame, or the storage unit, or even the cabin. It was this perpetual state of alert, this erosion of peace from the inside out. Louis was the warden of his own prison, and the sentence was life. A few days later, he made a decision. He told Lysette over coffee, his voice flat and resigned, I am going to find him. She put her cup down slowly. Louis, the police, they have resources. They ray still looking. They ray looking for a killer. I am looking for an architect. It has a different search. He looked at her, his eyes tired but clear for the first time in weeks. I can live like this, waiting for the next note, the next sign. The only way out is to find the source. And if you do, she asked, her voice barely a whisper, what then? He had no answer for that. He didn't know if he wanted revenge or answers, or simply to look into the man's eyes and make him acknowledge the ruin he had created. He just knew that passivity was a form of surrender, and he had been surrendering for too long. He started with the motel receipt. He drove to the Starlight Inn, a shabby place off a highway interchange. The clerk was new and had no records from that far back. Louis stood in the parking lot, the sun hot on his neck, and felt the futility of it all. Clark would have left no physical trace. He operated on a different plane, using information and psychology as his tools. He went back to the beginning, the train. He rode the same line at the same time of day, taking a seat in a different car. He watched the people, the commuters with their tired faces, the tourists with their maps. He was looking for a pattern, a behavior that stood out, a man whittling a piece of wood. But everyone was just a stranger, lost in their own world. Weeks turned into a month of this quiet, obsessive search. He became a ghost himself, haunting the places of his own haunting. Lysette worried, but she also understood. This was his process. This was him fighting back. Then one Tuesday, he was in a public library, scrolling through digitized newspaper archives on a microfilm reader. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. Articles about unsolved crimes, about peculiar frauds, anything that had the hallmark of Clark's intricate, cruel craftsmanship. He found nothing. Frustrated, he leaned back and rubbed his eyes. An old man at the next terminal was muttering to himself, struggling with the machine. Lewis, out of a habit of courtesy that felt alien, leaned over to help him. The man was trying to find an obituary for his brother. Lewis showed him how to navigate the dates. The man thanked him, his eyes watery with gratitude. "You're a kind young man," the old man said. "Not many would bother." The simple words struck Lewis with the force of a physical blow. Kind. He had not thought of himself in those terms for a very long time. He had been a victim, a suspect, a fugitive, a free man living in a cage, but not kind. He left the library, the bright afternoon sun making him blink. The world seemed different, not safer, but more complex. Clark's entire design relied on Lewis being a certain kind of person, broken, pliable, isolated. But the man who had just helped a stranger in the library, the man who had Lysette waiting for him at home, that man did not fit the design perfectly. There were cracks in the prison walls that Clark had not accounted for. He wasn't free. The fear was still there, a cold stone in his gut. The search was not over, but as he walked down the street, he made a conscious decision. He would not let his life be defined solely by the hunt for Clark. He would also tend to the herbs on the balcony. He would cook meals with Lysette. He would help old men in libraries. He would live a life, however compromised, within the walls of his prison. It was not a victory, but it was a form of resistance. And for now, that was enough to keep the echo of the dripping faucet from drowning out everything else. The decision to live a dual existence, the hunter and the man trying to rebuild, settled upon him not as a peace, but as a grim and necessary truce. He began to keep 2 journals. One was a log of his search for Clark, filled with notes on train schedules, sketches of faces that seemed too observant, and theories about how a man erases his own history. The other was a simple record of ordinary life, the first harvest of basil, the title of a movie he and Lysette watched, the way the light fell across the kitchen floor at a certain hour. He needed the tangible proof that both men were real. His inquiries into Clark became more systematic, less frantic. He used his lunch breaks at the architectural firm to research shell corporations and identity fraud, learning the digital swamps where men like Clark could hide. He avoided the dark web, knowing it was a trap, a place where his curiosity could be easily monitored. Instead, he focused on the gaps. He compiled a list of high-end, discreet wood-carving suppliers, reasoning that Clark's skill was not born of nothing. He visited hobby shops in a 50-mile radius, showing a photograph of the robin from the cabin to disinterested clerks. None of them recognized it. Lysette watched this new, focused intensity with a mixture of fear and pride. She saw the hollows under his eyes deepen, but she also saw a purpose in his gaze that had been absent before. She did not try to stop him. Instead, she became his anchor to the world he was fighting for. She planned picnics. She dragged him to parties with her friends where he would stand quietly in a corner, a polite smile on his face, but he was there. He was present. The break came from an unexpected direction. A former colleague, a man named David from the accounting department, whom Lewis had always found mildly irritating, stopped by his desk one afternoon. David was a model train enthusiast, his world one of miniature landscapes and precise historical detail. "Lewis heard you've been asking around about wood carving," David said, his tone casually curious. A cold trickle of apprehension ran down Lewis's spine. He had been discreet, a little, it as a passing interest. Right, well, I was at a specialist show last weekend, niche stuff. There was a fella there, didn't he have a stall just browsing? Quiet, but he had hands like yours architect-esque hands, all precise. He was looking at the bird carvings, not just looking, really studying them, critiquing the workmanship under his breath. I thought of you. Lewis kept his expression neutral, a skill he had perfected. What did he look like? David shrugged. Average, brown hair, glasses, nothing remarkable, but he had this intensity. It was a bit off-putting, to be honest. Why, is he a friend of yours? No, Lewis said, his voice even. Not a friend. After David left, Lewis sat perfectly still. Brown hair, glasses, it was a useless description, one that could fit 1,000,000 men, including Clark, in any number of disguises. But the detail about the hands, the quiet intensity, it resonated. It felt true. It was the first independent corroboration that the man he hunted was not a phantom of his own making. Clark was real, he was nearby, and he had hobbies. He was living his life, a parallel existence to Lewis's own, perhaps even taking pleasure in the same mundane rituals. That evening, Lewis did not add the encounter to his hunt journal. He wrote it in the other one, the journal of his life. He described the feeling of the light in his pencil, the grain of the paper, the weight of the new, fragile knowledge. He was not just chasing a ghost, he was tracking a man, and a man, no matter how careful, always left a trail. The hunt was no longer a desperate flight from fear. It had become a patient, methodical drawing of a map. He would find the center of the labyrinth. And when he did, he would finally see the face of the man who had built the walls around him. He began attending every model train show, wood carving exhibition, and niche hobbyist gathering within a 3-hour drive. He was no longer just looking for Clark. He was studying the ecosystem Clark moved in. He learned the language of the enthusiasts, the debates over types of wood and varnish, the subtle hierarchies of skill. He became a familiar, quiet presence on the periphery of these worlds. He never asked direct questions about the man with the architect's hands. He simply listened. Months passed, the leaves turned and fell. The first chill of winter bit the air. Lewis's life became a strange double exposure. By day he worked on designs for a new public library, losing himself in the clean, hopeful lines of a building meant for community and knowledge. By night and on weekends he walked through fluorescent-lit convention halls, a ghost among men who spoke of nothing but the curve of a locomotive-esque cowcatcher or the feathering on a carved songbird. Lysette saw the toll it took. The quiet moments between them were often filled with a new kind of silence, one of intense preoccupation. He would sometimes look at her as if he were seeing her from a great distance, his mind still in some crowded hall, sifting through 1,000 faces. She learned not to break these silences, to let him return to her on his own. She understood that this was his work now, as vital to him as breathing. It was at a small, poorly advertised show in a VFW hall 2 towns over that he saw the hawk. It was displayed in a glass case among other carvings of birds of prey, but it stood apart. The work was breathtakingly lifelike. Every feather was rendered with a savage, precise grace. The talons were curled, ready to grip, and the eyes were chips of some dark, polished stone that seemed to hold a cold and ancient light. It was not just a carving, it was a statement of intent. It was Clark's work. Lewis knew it in his bones. He didn't approach the case. He didn't ask the elderly woman minding the display about the artist. He simply found a chair in a corner, partially obscured by a display of vintage railroad signs, and he waited. He watched the people who paused to admire the hawk. Most moved on after a moment of appreciation. A few, the serious collectors, lingered, their expressions a mixture of awe and covetousness. Then a man stopped. He was of medium height and build, wearing a nondescript navy blue coat. He didn't look at the other carvings. His attention went straight to the hawk, and he stood there for a long time, perfectly still. Lewis's heart began to hammer against his ribs, a frantic, caged thing. He couldn't see the man's face, only the back of his head, his brown, ordinary hair. After what felt like an eternity, the man turned slightly, as if to check the time on a wall clock. It was then that Lewis saw his profile. It was an unremarkable face, pleasant even. But the eyes, behind a pair of simple wire-rimmed glasses, were not looking at the clock. They were scanning the room methodically, calmly, like a predator assessing a field for threats. They moved over the elderly woman, over a group of men laughing by a train layout, and then they passed over Lewis's corner. Lewis held his breath. The gaze did not pause. It moved on. The man turned back to the hawk for one last, long look, then melted into the crowd and was gone. Lewis sat frozen in his chair, his hands gripping his knees. He had done it. He had found him. Or more accurately, he had found a reflection of him, a shadow he had cast into the world. The man was real. The hunt was real. And in that moment, Lewis felt not triumph, but a profound and chilling clarity. The map was drawn. The center of the labyrinth was no longer an abstract point. It was a man in a navy blue coat who appreciated his own work. The next step was not to charge in. It was to be patient. It was to learn the rhythm of the Minotaur's footsteps. He stood up, his legs feeling weak, and walked out of the VFW hall into the cold, gray afternoon. The world looked exactly the same, and yet everything had changed. The hunt was entering a new and far more dangerous phase. He did not follow the man. That was the first and most difficult rule he set for himself. To follow was to be seen. It was to enter the game on Clark's terms, a game of pursuit and flight that Lewis was certain he would lose. Instead, he walked to his car, his movements deliberate and calm, and drove home. He kept his eyes on the road, his mind a locked box. He did not allow himself to feel the surge of fear or the hot spike of rage. Not yet. When he unlocked the apartment door, the smell of garlic and rosemary hit him, a warm, domestic blanket. Lysette was in the kitchen, stirring a pot. She looked over her shoulder, her smile fading as she saw his face. What happened? He told her. He stood by the kitchen island and relayed the events in the VFW hall in a flat, uninflected monotone, as if reading from a police report. The hawk, the man, the scanning eyes. When he finished, he finally looked at her. It was him. Lysette put the wooden spoon down. She wiped her hands on a towel, a slow, careful motion. So what do we do? Though he was a life raft, he clung to it. We do nothing, he said. I do nothing. He was there to see if anyone would notice the hawk. It was bait. I didn't take it. For the next week, Lewis forced himself back into his routine. He went to work. He came home. He watered the herbs. He and Lysette watched movies, though he could not have recounted the plot of a single one. His mind was a satellite locked in orbit around a single point in space and time, the VFW hall. He replayed the moment over and over, extracting every detail. The cut of the coat, the shape of the glasses, the way he stood, weight evenly distributed, ready to move in any direction. He was building a file, not in a journal, but in the deepest part of his memory. He knew Clark would be back. The hawk was a masterpiece, a signature. He would want to see it again, to bask in the silent admiration it provoked. He would want to see if his bait had caught anything. Lewis's absence was the only correct response. The following Saturday, Lewis returned to the VFW hall. The same elderly woman was there, arranging a new display of carved foxes. Lewis browsed casually, his pulse a steady, controlled drumbeat in his ears. He eventually wandered over to the glass case. The hawk was still there. He pretended to study a nearby carving of a blue jay, his peripheral vision fixed on the hall's entrance. He waited for 2 hours. People came and went. The man in the navy coat did not appear. This, too, was a message. Clark was meticulous. He would not return on a predictable schedule. The game was one of patience and irregularity. Lewis left, feeling neither disappointment nor relief, only a cold certainty that he was engaged in a long, silent dialogue. He began to vary his own patterns. He went on weeknights, on Sunday afternoons. He wore different jackets, a hat. He was a ghost, just as Clark was. For a month, he saw nothing. The hawk remained in its case, a silent, beautiful trap. Then on a rainy Wednesday evening, he came. He was not wearing the navy coat, but a dark green waterproof jacket. He didn't go straight to the hawk. He browsed the train layouts first, his hands clasped behind his back, the picture of a casual enthusiast. Lewis, positioned near the exit, watched him from behind a rack of historical society pamphlets. He saw the man's eyes sweep the room, just as they had before. This time they paused for a fraction of a second on the elderly woman, then moved on. The assessment was complete. The man finally approached the glass case. He stood before the hawk, and this time Lewis saw his face in profile. He saw the faint, almost imperceptible smile that touched his lips. It was not a smile of pride exactly. It was a smile of ownership, of satisfaction. He reached into his jacket pocket. Lewis's body tensed, every muscle coiling, but the man only pulled out a small, leather-bound notebook and a pencil. He began to sketch the hawk, his hand moving with quick, confident strokes. He was not just admiring his work. He was documenting it, or perhaps planning its next evolution. Lewis did not move. He watched the man draw, watched the concentration on his face, the complete absorption in the task. This was the core of it. This was the center of the labyrinth, not a monster, but a man, an artist, lost in the act of creation. The cruelty was not a separate thing. It was the flip side of this beauty, the shadow it cast. Lewis stood there in the dim, fluorescent light of the VFW hall and understood his enemy completely for the first time. And in that understanding, he found not a weapon, but a terrible, chilling kind of peace. The hunt was no longer a search. It was a staring contest, and he would not be the first to look away.